Hello, Facebook modelers, and look at the crowd we've got in this room tonight. My goodness gracious, we got a motley crew, don't we? So let's tell everybody welcome to part 9 of the 48-hour birthday bash group build put on by the Model Officers Mess, supporting the Models for Heroes over in the UK. Glad to see, look, we got about 15, 16 people in, and a full house of mugs on camera. So, Scott, how you doing?
I am doing great. I am excited, Darren, for a marathon session today. We had a great session last night. Mr. JC Osborne, who's with us, was the lucky winner of an awesome auction that we had, and we had a great time. So,
congratulations, JC.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
And Darren, man, we are joined by the man, the myth, the boss. Malcolm Childs is here in the house with us. Hey, Malcolm.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm here. I've had most of the day I've been spent being dad, but I've been doing bits of modeling here and there. But now I'm actually able to focus now. My wife's home. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be special.
Yeah. Hey, Malcolm, it's really nice to have you on the stream. Could maybe you let the viewers, I think we got a pretty big U.S. contingent that's coming in here with us tonight, but let them know a little bit about what Models for Heroes is and how this actually helps benefit your veterans over there.
Yeah. Well, you give me a platform, and I can talk forever about modeling. So yeah, lock the doors.
That's what we're here for.
What we do is quite vital. We provide model making as a meaningful activity. We provide model making to people that have mental health difficulties. We provide model making for the armed forces and emergency service personnel in the UK. Now, you don't have to be struggling with mental health to join us and model making, but you do have to be within that employ. What Models for Heroes does is creates a sense of community. It gives you that meaningful activity so that it's going to combat loneliness. It's a group session, so we do lots of face-to-face sessions, and we do online sessions as well. We sent out just last week, we sent out 12 large boxes of kits to 6 different people and 6 new organizations around the UK that were running modeling sessions because it's growing. The idea of modeling as a community in a group for benefit is, well, I mean, it's old as time. They used to do it in World War One for soldiers coming back from World War One to take their minds off things, and that there's never been an organization that just does it, organizedly. And so Models for Heroes is the first, as far as I know, the first charitable organization that actually works with scale modeling and that hobby and the things that are around that hobby. So wargaming, figure painting, railway layouts, RC, all that kind of stuff. And what we do is we take models that have been donated either by you could selves, by hobbyists, or from distributors, manufacturers, all sorts of different people who understand what we do, and then we pass them on. Simple as that. Same with tools and resources and paints. What we do is we'll speak to the beneficiaries and ask them what their hobby goal is, whether they want to build something that perhaps they served in, perhaps they've always loved a vehicle, a particular one, maybe a Galleon or Titanic, or maybe they just want the Challenger or the Abrams on their shelf to show off, and we'll help them do that. We'll help them build the skills up so they can get that, and then usually by then they're hooked and they're in the hobby and they've made friends around the world and they've got new skills and they've got confidence, and there's so many facets to it, and it's the simplest thing of just offering someone the gift of this hobby that we enjoy and have all together to celebrate today. Yeah, and I guess it's an international thing, isn't it? It's not just it's just the UK; it's everywhere. And I know that Australia is trying to start up a new session. There's a session in the Netherlands. There's a group in Canada, so it's a universal thing. So that's what Models for Heroes does.
Well, it's awesome. It really is, and I applaud the work that you're doing over there for those guys. And it does. It all takes money. It doesn't happen for free, and that's what we're here for. And I want to go ahead and make sure the listeners know that there is a link scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can go there and donate if you so desire. We'd really appreciate it. So, we, the Model Geeks, I've got myself from the Model Geeks Inn. We're kind of co-hosting this session with the Plastic Posse podcast. Scott, you want to take the helm and roll around here with introductions?
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, obviously we heard from Malcolm, and that's as it should be. Before we get started, all of us want to send a get well soon to James Skiffins from Model Officers Mess. James is under the weather, but he is the one that has put this all together, and he's just done so much work, and I think it all caught up with him. So, James, all the best from all of us here on this stream. Please get some rest. Hopefully you're in capable hands. We got this, and you get feeling better, buddy. All right. Well, let's go around the room. Let's start with Darren Cook. Darren is the head Model Geek. But Darren, tell us a little bit about the Model Geeks podcast and how you came to be involved with Models for Heroes in this event.
Oh, Lord. Well, the Model Geeks podcast, just four of us knuckleheads that from the local modeling club down here. We're friends. All share the same Navy background. We kind of hit it off. Actually, I started doing the podcast probably about 4 years ago now, and when COVID hit, it was time to light it off, and we're having a great time. Our podcast really is really centered around naval aviation and aircraft modeling, but we all four dabble in just about everything. Hell, I'm building a deuce and a half truck right now, so it's all about melting plastic and making friends. And, I came to be involved in this just from networking on Facebook and through the podcast. We've all met through contests. Scott met you at in Las Vegas, I think was the first time we met face to face, and we all, I'll never forget that first breakfast where we all sat there together, and it's like we've been friends forever. Yeah, and it's the same with James. He runs the Model Officers Mess over there, and I run the Grumpy Old Scale Modeler Facebook group. So we had some back and forth with that, and one thing's led to another, and here we are. And I can tell you, I couldn't be happier to be able to help support the event. So
awesome. Yeah. Well, we're excited that you guys are here. The Darren and his crew at the Geeks are fantastic people. And let's move over to another geek, good friend as well, Andrew White, a.k.a. Whitey. Whitey, tell us a little bit about yourself and, what you're working on and how you, same thing, how'd you get to know about this event?
All right. Well, yeah, like Darren said, big club together down here in Southern Maryland, right by NAS Pack Group. That's kind of where we all met. And started off the podcast here a couple of years ago and been going strong since. Models for Heroes, I came about it through the podcast. I mean, that's how we met James and Malcolm and you guys as well at the Triple P. So it's what has it been 3 years ago now when we first did our first it's great, man. Look forward to it every year. Makes for a busy March because we also do a March build amongst us, another group online where we try to bang out a model in a month. and it would banging out a model in 48 hours. So choose your subject wisely, right?
That's right. That's right. I think we lost your sound there, Whitey.
Did you?
Oh, there we go. Now you're back. Yeah.
Okay, I was just saying that this particular was, because of the charitable aspect of it, and it benefits first responders and veterans in particular, is of course meaningful to us, being all ex-military guys ourselves. We all know people who have been in that, so worthwhile. So if you're out there listening, make us a donation.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, Whitey, that's a great reminder. Just like Darren said, down at the bottom of the screen, you'll see a link rolling through where you can donate if you're in the UK. Besides cash donations or unstarted model kits, you can also donate your time. Malcolm has a great website where you can just go, and there's a great big donate now button there. It's really, really easy. Just Google Models for Heroes in the UK. You can find that. Any way you can help out is much, much appreciated. And then we're going to have tonight at least one flash auction in this section. And tomorrow, Sunday, we're also going to have some auctions with some incredible items that have been donated by some terrific sponsors that you can bid on, and you're going to want to stick around for those. We've got AK, we've got Tamiya USA, we've got Tankcraft, we've got all kinds of stuff. We've got custom dioramics, we've got value gear resin details, we've got a lot of good stuff, so you're going to want to stick around for the weekend for that. Well, the Model Geeks, Darren and Whitey were just talking about that. If you're not familiar with their podcast, it's excellent. Make sure you check them out. Wherever you get good podcasts, just look for the Model Geeks. And they're terrific guys, and we're big fans. Let's go over to one of my crew here on the Plastic Posse. I'm going to move over to Grant Mayberry. Grant, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to be involved with this event.
Excuse me. I actually got involved with it 3 years ago. The first time I did it I wasn't on the posse at that time. I did just built along with you guys and watched you guys on screen doing it. And then the following year, I was part of the posse and built a deuce and a half. It's been great. It's such a great cause, and it's great people. And, Malcolm and those guys do a fantastic job. I can't give them enough credit. And this is just a great time to spend with some friends and have a good time and build models.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Grant. And Grant is also a veteran, and I can tell you he's a generous guy, and he really likes events like these where we can do some good. And, it's a part of what we do at the Plastic Posse as well. Like the Model Geeks, we're really, really committed to a positive environment. And Malcolm's given us the ability, and James as well, have given us the ability to marry up our hobby, which is something we all obviously enjoy. And then, have the ability to do some good with it, which is just tremendous. Let's move over to a good friend, Mr. Rick Lawler. Rick is joining us from Oregon. Rick, tell us a little bit about yourself and your channel and how you came to be involved with this.
About myself, let's see. I was born in Oregon, never left.
Oh, I think we lost him.
Yeah, it froze.
Are we back?
Oh, we're back. There you go.
Seems like when I talk, it seems to.
Oh, man. So Rick is from Oregon, where they're still working on their internet, apparently.
Yeah, we have indoor plumbing in about.
And
Poor guy.
five of something. We don't know what those 5 things are, but 5 of, we'll get back to Rick. But Rick is a great friend, a great modeler. He has his channel, Rick Lawler Propaganda, on YouTube. He does amazing tutorials and videos, mostly around armor and dioramas, and he's a big supporter of this event as well. He's done some of the videos that you'll watch, and he also helped us line up some great sponsors for the event. So, speaking for Rick, all right, let's move over to Mr. JC Osborne, the winner of our flash auction from yesterday. JC's a great modeler from the West Coast. Tell us a little bit about yourself, JC, and how you came to be involved in the event.
Well, this is my first 48 for 48, and I'm really enjoying the hell out of it. I think it's a great cause. As I was chatting with James this morning, I just think to be able to assist veterans and first responders who are having difficulties with mental health, really, it hits home to me. I'm not a veteran, but I have struggled with mental health in the past. And this hobby has really helped me. So I figured, last night, why not? I didn't even know the name of the book I won this morning. It was ridiculous. But it was just fun to bid against Joe Porcher. And hopefully I'll get even with him tonight. But yeah, Scott and I have been buds on Facebook for years now. And when I saw this come up, I said, what a great opportunity. So right now, my Yog Tiger is in paint and drying right now. So I'm just kind of fiddling around with some other stuff that I'm working on.
Awesome. Let's move up north a little bit to our good friend. We're not sure if he's an American or a Canadian, Jim Bates. How are you, Jim? And tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to be involved in this event.
Well, I am Jim. I'm going to take my glasses off here. I do this ridiculous thing on YouTube called the Scale Canadian TV, and somehow it gets me invited places like this. I kind of have the same story as JC. I'm not a vet. I'm just a civilian, but have always kind of struggled with mental health. And I believe the way I got involved in this is you asked me to do this last year, Scott. And it involves mental health, and I think it's a great charity, and I wish we had something like this in the U.S. I think it's just amazing that we can use our hobby to help people out. And I am working on Oliver's Cromwell here. And it's coming along. I'm not sure I'll be done in 48, but I'll have it built certainly in 48. And hopefully I can get to the painting as well. And I assume you've got people in the waiting room. So if you do, Scott, I might back out and let somebody else have a chance.
All right. Well, thank you, Jim. Really appreciate it. And let's move over to Mr. Jackson Stanton over on the East Coast. Jackson, tell us a little bit about how yourself and how you came to this event.
Sure. So I'm a pretty young guy. I do armor modeling. That's really about it. I'm not a veteran, so I can't relate to that level, but I really appreciate the mission behind Models for Heroes and stuff. And I had the great opportunity to meet Malcolm at Telford back in November. So yeah, getting to meet him, learning more about the organization, getting to donate, really made me want to, I guess, be a part of it this year. Last year, I just kind of started to make the hobby a bit more social for me. Before that point, I was mostly kind of like a closet modeler. But then around that time, I started to get to know some of you guys. I think I dialed in for one of the streams, but didn't really take a part in it. So this year I made it a mission to actually find something to work on.
Awesome. Let's move over to Model Doc, Jonathan Anderson. And there he is, a good friend. He's actually a doctor, in case anyone's wondering, but he's an amazing armor modeler and really, really good friend of the posse. And tell us a little bit about yourself, John, and also how you came to this event. I think you're muted, John.
fix that. Like a lot of people, Scott brought me to this event. I think that's the common American theme, right? So, like Scott said, I'm not a veteran, but I am I'm an emergency physician, so I work with a lot of first responders and appreciate that aspect of this this amazing kind of charity organization. It's really great. Like Scott said, I don't have a podcast because I got a face for radio and a voice for silent film, but I do a lot of stuff on Instagram. Right? I hang out on Instagram where you can edit your photos and display them in really small phone size so they look good. That's my trick. I was busy 3 years ago when this launched because that was like first wave COVID, but I did this with Scott and a couple of the guys 2 years ago, 2021. I made a little BA-64 148th armored car, little Soviet thing that's like the size of a Matchbox truck. And then last year I had to work that weekend, so I didn't get to participate. But I'm making a little SD KFZ 232 right now, the heavy armored car radio version, which is it's a struggle bus. But since I'm streaming, I can't cuss and I have to keep working, so it's going to get done while we're streaming. But yeah, I learned about this from Scott because Scott's a great dude, and it's all about promoting the hobby and all the positive parts of it. And this is just one example of that. So appreciate you dragging me on here, Scott.
Awesome. Well, we're glad you're here, and you're an incredible modeler, my friend. A couple things, Darren, we need to remind people. You want to let people know that are coming in through Facebook how they can get their name up on the screen?
Yep, sorry I was muted there. I'll pop over and copy the link here and post it into the comment section. Folks that are over on Facebook, you'll notice that we are throwing up chats as they come up on the screen, and we can see names and profiles. Well, if you're coming from Facebook and you have not given StreamYard permission to see your information, then all we see is a blank. So I'll post the link into the comments there. It'll come from Model Officer's Mess. Go ahead and follow the link, grant StreamYard permission, and then we'll know who you are and where you came from.
Awesome. Thanks, Darren. Also, for those of you that are watching at home, just another reminder, that banner down at the bottom of the screen, please donate, even if it's just a little bit. It helps so much, and you're going to see through this stream, you're going to see people that have directly benefited as a result of the work that these guys do. And so please take the time and just give whatever you can or participate in an auction. Just help out how you can. So anyway, don't want to turn it into too much of a telethon. Also, if you're watching this on Facebook and YouTube, if you wouldn't mind, just give us a like. And looks like we've got about 37 people watching us so far. So appreciate the likes and everything else. So anyway, Darren, what do you think? Should we go around the room and show everybody's projects, or you want to take a quick break and then do that when we come back?
Let's take a real quick break, and then we'll do that when we come back. I think that's good.
Okay, sounds good. I can throw something else up here.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Let's do a tip from our good friend, Mr. Rick Lawler.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rick Lawler, and I'm a skill modeler from the United States, and I'm very pleased to be participating in this year's Models for Heroes. I will be joining the 48 and 48. That's where we'll be building in group builds, 48 scale kits over 48 hours, and that should be a lot of fun to do that. A lot of this is going to be aired online, so we'll be able to watch each other do what we do over the course of the weekend. I was also asked if I could perhaps put together a small video here, kind of describing some tip for scale modeling or techniques or something like that. And so I thought about it for a day or two, and quite frankly, I don't know what the one tip would be except for to say, enjoy what you're doing. There are so many aspects of scale modeling. There's so many different avenues we can go down to, subjects to build, different methods and things like that. Just find what you like to do that really gets you motivated, and keep doing that, because it's the joy of scale modeling that has brought me back to it for, over 50 years, 55 years. So, yeah, that's my number one tip. Just enjoy the hobby. It's a great hobby. There's a great community of scale modelers out there. If you can get to some of the shows, like I said, the community is great, very supportive. So that's my basic tip. Just get the most out of the hobby you can and enjoy what you're doing. For the next part of this little video, I put together, I guess it would be kind of a techniques kind of thing. So in my own personal work, I enjoy doing dioramas and vignettes. Almost all my models are on some sort of a base, scenic base. So I thought what I would do is take us through a small vignette. There's no model on this. It's just a country scene. So the idea here, it's a castle ruins, a wall, brick or stone wall, and do some landscape out front, some groundwork. I'll take you from the beginning to the end of this. So hopefully there'll be a few tips and tricks in there that you'll be able to take on to your own models and stuff, and so you'll be able to incorporate in your work, or at least be maybe hopefully inspired, if not at least entertained for the next 5 minutes or so. So without further ado, we'll start rolling the video, and I hope you enjoy it and get something out of it. And thank you all for having me be part of this wonderful event. Well, the subject of this little exercise is going to be making basically a castle wall ruins, a stone wall with some landscape in the front of it. And so we'll be starting out with the carving foam. This is a low density carving foam, easy to carve the stones into. And when we complete this little episode, well, we'll have a little vignette looking just like this one pictured at the moment. As mentioned, the foam is very easy to scribe into and cut, just a few swipes with the blade, and we can start to cut out our pieces. And we'll also carve in a few doorways and windows along the way here. And now we can start to add our surface details. Well, no matter what type of a pattern you choose, whether that be the stone pattern we're doing here, or perhaps bricks, or any other type of surface pattern, it's always a good idea to give yourself just a little bit of a template to follow, just so everything stays nice and straight, and your pattern doesn't wander around. And now we can get started with our carving, and I've chosen to use a few different tools here, so I'll have some carving tools, basically dental tools. I can also use the tip of my X-Acto blade. That works great. Any sort of element that you can use to do some engraving, whatever you prefer, will work just fine. Now with that facade complete, I can attach it to a foam base. That will be our groundwork. That will be the basis for our groundwork. And we're ready to do some landscaping. When it comes time to do the groundwork, well, there's a number of different ways we could do this. You could simply just go outside to your garden, grab a handful of dirt, and glue it onto your base, and that's perfectly okay. In this instance, I'm going to be using this acrylic paste, basically brushing it over the surface, and I'll use the colors directly as they come from the can here, and just blend them together a bit just to get a very natural looking earth tone. Next step, just a light airbrush over the facade of the stonework just to start bringing the colors together. The airbrushing is followed with just a quick wash of inks. This happens to be a burnt umber color. Just a quick wash really brings out those details and shows those textures on the surface. And then continuing to work with those textures, I'll just spend a little bit of time just pointing out individual stones here and there, just adding a few colored pops just to really bring this facade to life. Next up, we'll add our greenery, and these are just very small tufts. These are the grass tufts, also available from a number of different companies. You could use static grass, your option, your choice, however you want to decorate your scenes and vignettes. Now finally, just a few finishing touches and we'll be complete. We have some wildflowers just to add a little touch of color here in the foreground. And then we'll have a few vines growing up the side of the building here just to really emphasize that aged aspect. And there we have it. We're finished with our small vignette. This really didn't take very long, and you can see very little effort involved. I hope you enjoyed this little tutorial, this little demonstration on a few techniques, and perhaps you can find something within this that you can use on your own modeling. To everybody out there, take care and happy modeling. Well, that's
All right.
embarrassing.
Who was that? Who was that guy?
Oh, I don't know, but man, don't let him back in the house.
Oh, man. Malcolm, we've got a comment up on the screen that I think you can probably speak to. Slogo says, when I type in just giving page address running at the bottom of this page, I get help earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Nothing about vets. How can we get him pointed in the right direction? Oh, somebody's compressor needs to be muted. And what's Models for Heroes website as well?
Okie dokie, yeah. So I will put that in the chat in just a minute. The website is modelsforheroes.org, org.uk. Just make sure you're spelling heroes correctly with an E. But I will put it in chat. So fine. The just giving page at the bottom, yeah, I can put that in chat as well. It might just be that you're not entering it correctly, perhaps, because I know that just giving will go straight to whatever they've decided to highlight that day. So
yeah, I just typed it in myself and it went fine. So
okay, yeah, I'll put links in through YouTube, and then you can. Well, no, I won't be able to do that, will I? I'll put it into the private chat, and one of you guys who have admin rights can put it.
All right. Well, Darren, why don't we take a look around at what everybody's doing? Let you get us around the room. Oh, you're muted.
yeah, I did mute. My lovely wife just brought myself a couple of pizza quesadillas down. So
nice.
So yeah. So I'll start with what I've got going on. I was working on the Tamiya 48 scale deuce and a half. I really got all the assembly is done. It's just mixing up some primer. I'm going to start shooting that here after I devour these little and get some primer on there that I can do some pre-shading and start putting some color on, which I'm really looking forward to. But I'm also working a second project, which is my Moosaroo Cup entry. I've got here trying to get it finished up for tonight at midnight, which is the deadline. I have those pictures shot up to the good folks in Hamilton for the Moosaroo Cup entry. So a couple of things going on, but making progress, and yeah, it's all good. Let's see, and we will now. I'm going to go over to you, Scott. What do you got? What's on yours?
Yeah, so I am just about ready to prime this little jewel. I am working on a little, let me pull this up. I am working on a little 148 scale Tamiya M8 GMC. Just a little jewel of a kit. Really gorgeous. This is one of their newest models and really amazing. The link and length tracks are keyed so that you can lock a section down and then work in both directions. Really, really great. You'll see a couple little primer spots on there. That's mostly builder error being erased. There's nothing that the kit really needed, but it's been a blast so far, and I'm excited to get it cleaned up and get some black primer on it, and we'll go from there. All right. I think Darren's muted again.
Yeah, sorry. No, just to say you've made some killer progress on that, and I know it's not easy trying to co-host and do things plus other things during the day and keep things going and then build. So, great job. Looks great.
Oh, thank you,
Mr. Whitey. How's that jet come out? I don't even know which one that is. It's Japanese. You're muted now, Whitey.
It's a model. Earlier. I was standing earlier, so I wanted to be muted for that.
Yeah.
So I'm working on a 148 scale Kika Japanese jet fighter. I know it doesn't look like much right now, but it's moving along. I have all the sub assemblies sitting here. The wings, the engines, the wheels, everything's just about ready to go together. What I'm doing right now is I'm rescribing the panel lines across the top and the bottom of the fuselage where I just glued it together early this afternoon. And so that's where I'm at with it. Should have it sitting assembled by the time we're done with this tonight's stream, and then I'll spend tomorrow painting on it. Maybe even get some primer on the light. So we'll see.
Nice. Good work. Looks great.
Thanks, man.
Let's see here. Mr. Malcolm, we had talked earlier. You said that you've been very busy, which I'm sure you have with everything that's going on this weekend. But you had some time now to melt some plastic, huh?
Yes, I have. So I'm working on the 148. I was about to tip that out to show you the box. Right, no, I'm not do that. The Tamiya 148 shake and bake, very easy to get. This is the national one. I was going to do a winter scene, and so far so good, I guess. I've got the base. I've done that just quickly. Ripped up some pieces of foam and stuck it randomly on here, and then added some of the AK wet ground and some flock and a few stones, which were still a bit loose. So they're drying. I'll probably hit it with the hay dryer. Yeah, the hay dryer will dry it off.
Yeah, the hay dryer
quickly, and then the hay dryer, and then I'm going to add some extra heavy gel, which is this stuff, which is awesome, and probably add some of this real white just to give it that snowy look. That's the plan. Then I'll also add a bit of wash as well, white wash to it, and maybe some grey. Anyway, that'll be the base, which I was going to do if I didn't have time, but I was waiting for the primer to set. So this is the beast that I've completed. It went together very, very easily. Follow the instructions, and Bob's your uncle. It will go together very, very well. I've had no issues with it whatsoever, apart from a seam long here, which I just filled a little bit. That's down to my construction, nothing to do with the kit. I primed it in black, as you can see, yeah, and then I just gave it a zenith because that's my thing at the moment. I love the way it looks. So, and then once probably very soon, I'll put some color down on here, give it the snakes, the green and dark brown snakes, and then work on some chipping effects with some whitewash. I also have this young gentleman here who is just looking out for any good guys or bad guys, or looking out for his mates, or I don't know, waiting for the recovery vehicle. He's just kind of peering over the top of his binoculars, which I thought was a bit different because you can angle the arms when you put them on. So I dropped them down rather than covering his face, so you can actually see his face a little bit. So I'll be doing him. Can't wait. Again, I zenithed him, so white on the top, black underneath. This gives me a bit of place to start putting my highlights and things like that. When I build him up, I'll probably use some really thin coats on him or wash. Again, just the ones that I use at the moment. These speed paints. Probably won't use the purple. That's the first one I grabbed. These speed paints are really good, and I'd love to show them off because I've been doing some really good Warhammer stuff recently. So that's my plan. I'm gonna do that, and then I'll put this guy, add it to this, and then I'll put that on top of there, and that'll be my diorama done. I can go to sleep. That probably won't be done until tomorrow. I've put the links into the private chat, guys. So if you've got admin rights for the YouTube, you'll be able to add them directly from private chat on StreamYard, or as James says in the YouTube description, there's links in there. I think the second link is first link that's in the description is the birthday bash. Just giving link. Okay.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I tell you and Rick with y'all's diorama bases, I'm a little jealous. I need to learn. I don't usually make those bases as an aircraft guy, with the little dioramas, but it's really cool. It's making me want to give it a shot.
Cool. Let's
see here. Speaking of Rick, let's see. How's your mic thing going there? What you working on?
Hey, so let's hope I don't cut out.
Yeah.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
So I've been working on the little Strum Tiger, again, a Tamiya kit, and got off to a slow start yesterday because apparently I decided to super detail everything out for no apparent reason. But so last night I spent a lot of time adding Zamirit where appropriate. And so that took pretty much yesterday's stream doing that out of epoxy sculpt and a little tool. I don't have it here. A little tool that I made just to kind of tap those all in. Started with the rest of the build basically this morning, put it all together. I was just painting out the tracks and the road wheels and such, and put the base coat on here after giving it primer. And right now I am looking at a book, trying to figure out maybe what type of a camouflage scheme I'm going to add to this. So we'll see where that goes here in the next little bit. I also did replace the fenders. Just use a pie tin plate. Oops, that's just going off. Pie tin. So just kind of cut out some appropriate size fenders and was able to bend those up. So give it a little bit more realism. So just kind of cleaning a few things up here before I add the final camouflage. So I think I'm on track.
Yeah. That pie tin fender thing, that's a really good little trick there. I'm anxious to see how you did that.
Just about cutting them out and bending them to shape.
And putting them where they need to be. Copy that.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Rick.
You betcha.
Let's move over to Mr. Mayberry. Grant, how's your build going?
Good. Building the, of course, Tamiya 148. I think everybody is. T3485. So painted, some weathering on it, decaled. I got to get some dull coat on it, get the shine off of it, and but it's going good. It's a fun little kit. Just working on the tracks, making them look dirty, and playing with camouflages and a little bit of mud. But that's it.
Very cool. Looks great. Great
Thank
progress. Let's see. I'll slide on over next here to Mr. Osborne. How's you said you had some paint drying?
Building this kit, and in the middle of putting the green on. And God knows, this is my major objective for this year, is to learn how to paint German tritonal camo. It's one of those things that I've always been, admiring from afar, but never trying to do. So this is kind of like, I've done some practice routines and some other older kits, but this is the first time I'm going live in public with one, and it's coming along well. I mean, right now I'm also painting the road wheels, the steel on these road wheels, but it's coming along okay. I think I'll be finished tomorrow without a doubt. Should be fine.
Very, very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Let's see. Next up here, I believe, is the model doc. What's going on?
Switch my camera back on. So I'm working on this 48th Tamiya because that's what we do. And actually, what I'm working on is Laser Cat Imperial IPA. It's lovely 4% IPA from local Hudson, Mass. I recommend it. But I'm jealous of Scott working on the M8. I got that a couple weeks ago and built it immediately, and wish I'd saved it for this. This kit's not too shabby. It's a little bit of an older 148th by Tamiya, so there was a little bit of filling. It has that really weird polyhedral shape to it. So there's a little seam filling, and I drilled out a few of the details. But this morning I was having issues with some of my gloss coat and decals, kind of rushing through everything. So I decided to go with a really heavy weathering approach and make it super dusty. So that's what I'm working on now. I'm using something I usually just use for like running gear and wheels, which is from VMS. They make like an alkyd binder instead of like an enamel or an acrylic. It's an alkyd, which is kind of neat because you basically mix pigment into it and you can use like a paste or a wash, and it hardens with a hair dryer in a minute or two, but it stays workable for a few hours, and you can remove it with like odorless thinner, so you can kind of play with it for a while. And almost like hairspray chipping, it's like a reductive technique, so you put a bunch of deposit on and then kind of remove it, and so the result tends to look often it looks pretty organic and real. So I'm hoping it turns out okay. But yeah, that's where I am, having fun.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much for the update. Let's see. And we'll slide over here now. Last, but certainly not least, to Jackson. What you got going on, Jackson?
All right. So I did not start with a Tamiya 148th kit. I went the opposite route and decided to go with a fully 3D printed kit. So this is a model designed by Matt or Silver on Colts 3D. I bought it for, I think Jensen said converted it was about $15 US. It's a model kit that comes with about 60 parts. You have to print it yourself, but I think resin cost might have been $15 maybe. I think I probably went through half a liter. So went together really well. I just finished kind of assembling it. I'm still doing a little bit of sanding. I've hit it with a bunch of Mr. Mahogany Surfacer because it's the only stuff I had that was the right consistency, and I didn't feel like thinning anything else, so I just went with that. But yeah, I did some stowage work with some value gear and some putty on the back to try to mimic what I saw in the movie. I don't even know if I mentioned what this is. It's the tank from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I always thought it was a really cool vehicle, and there's not really many options for it in terms of kits on the market, so I wanted to have one of my own. But yeah, I'm excited to get paint on it. It's my goal tonight. I've got like one more part coming out the printer right now. Should be done in about 30 minutes. So once I get that, then I can hopefully be done with sanding and give it one final unifying coat of primer and then actually get some base coat on it.
Very cool. Yeah, working with those 3D printed kits, that's a lot of work, man.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of work getting rid of the layer lines for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So very well. Well, there's a trip around the room and everybody's bench update. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Scott, turn it back over to you here for just a few minutes so I can shove these pizzas in my face.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, at the top of the hour, we'll play one of our beneficiary spots. One thing that James likes to remind everybody of is as you're going through, we're going to be on here for quite a number of hours. So make sure that you're, staying hydrated, getting up, stretching your legs, getting some coffee or a snack. So make sure that you're doing that. Again, later in the show, we'll have a flash auction That's going to be a lot of fun, something to look forward to. And, if you're following along, feel free to comment, and we'll put your comments up on the screen and get answers from people. So our good friend Bill Huffman, Jackson, says he loves the Indy tank. So very, very cool. The Beast is popular.
That it is. I've rewatched that scene in The Last Crusade for probably 5 times just today.
Such a good movie, though.
It's really good.
Well, if Bill is still on the line, let him know. Bill, if you're watching, these fenders are because of you. So take that.
All right. We've got somebody. Remember, if you can, let me put the link in right now. But if you're following us on Facebook, make sure you give Facebook permission to show your name and your ID. I'm going to copy that link right now. And there you go. So yeah, that's a link. Make sure you give it permission, and then your name will appear. So
Awesome.
Rick, Bill says that's great. Thanks a lot. So he appreciates it.
Then if you remember this kit, Scott.
Let's see. Let me put it up on the screen here. Oh yeah, that was my entry last year. It's great.
Yeah,
really enjoyed it.
I bought that just because I saw you do it, and it's still sat here a year ago. A year later, I was thinking about building it this time, but I didn't. In the end. But yeah, I just want to say you inspired me to get the capsule from Star Wars.
Well, thank you. It's a lot of fun. I think you'll really enjoy it.
Oh, it's incredibly iconic, isn't it? It's just,
yes,
a pivotal part of the film. If that had been shot down, there'd be no Star Wars.
That's right. That's right. All right. I'm surprised all you vets and no one is smoking. Amazing. Well, that's good. That's good. We want to keep everybody healthy, and some of these lacquer paints we're airbrushing and smoking might not go together so well. So safety first out there.
Yeah, I gave up smoking for lacquer paints, so I'm good there.
That seems like a pretty good trade-off there.
So Darren, I tried your technique you told me about the other day with the sanding sponge pinched between tweezers to get into nooks and crannies on your kits. It's a good technique. It has saved me a lot of time.
I think he stepped away to finish some food.
What did he say he had? Pizza something?
Yeah, something pizza and quesadilla. I don't
That's
know.
what I thought.
Sounded good, whatever it was.
Scott,
Yeah.
same thing. Your build from last year. I mean, I'm not a sci-fi guy, but I had to jump on that kit myself, man.
Oh man, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I haven't built it yet, but I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to doing that. As Malcolm said, that scene, if you're a Star Wars fan, that really kicks off the whole shebang, right?
Yeah, those are really great kits. I've got a few other ones as well. I mean, they're a little bit pricey, but I think for gaming, wargaming type pieces, they're really high quality and they're a lot of fun. So yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, I agree. Iconic scene started it all off. So it's good to see. Good to see you doing sci-fi too, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, again, something out of the wheelhouse. And I want to try a base with it. That I don't think I want to use the base that's in the kit.
Yeah,
I want to have it more how it was in the scene, where it's more like it was kind of like an uphill, like
yeah,
to the sand. I think you made your own base yours, didn't you, or no? Or did you just use this one?
Yeah, I just used that one just because of the short time. But I was kind of thinking the same thing, you know. And I also they make the same company makes a dewback lizard with a sand trooper, and I thought that might be kind of fun, maybe to integrate that if possible. So. Somebody's doing noisy. Got him. It was Jackson. All right. Just check the kit I started it. Changed to a 148 scale C130J. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, best of luck to you, Nick.
Have fun with that, man.
Oh man, I hope you've got 2 cups of coffee, my friend. That's quite a project.
Yeah. Nick, blink twice if you need rescue. Okay, we can send someone.
That's right. Oh man, either that or I hope he has subcontractors working with him, you know?
Man, overachiever.
Holy cow. Your opinions on 135th scale in question is why? Oh man, who wants to tackle this?
Well, let one of you tank guys get on it.
I think the why is, I think you have to blame on Tamiya, I believe. I think they're kind of originally the company that really cemented 135th scale. I believe Armor before that, I think there was some 132nd scale and definitely Go ahead.
I was going to say the old monogram stuff is all 132nd, around early 70s and such. You know, it was just I think it was a marketing ploy, like you said, in terms of why it was even developed. I thought I read the question differently, which was, why not? It's like versus what other scale, you know? Versus 148. So I don't know.
All right. Well, let's take a quick break here and listen to a sponsor and champion for Models for Heroes, and we'll be right back on the.
Hi folks, I'm Mel the Terrain Shooter, and I'm a wargaming YouTuber who focuses on teaching people how to make awesome wargames terrain. Things like this to improve your gaming tables and to improve your hobby in general. Now, on top of running my channel and helping people with their hobby, I also have another passion, and that's raising awareness around mental health issues and removing the stigma of feeling alone. And the isolation that comes with having mental health issues. And I do this because I use my own channel as a recovery process from my problems with depression and anxiety. Connecting with my community, sharing my hobby, receiving their feedback and their support got me back on my feet. But in that process, I was quite open about the struggles I had. And as such, they supported me and opened up about their struggles, and now I support them. Now, not long ago, I was contacted by Malcolm Hagrid-Childs, and he asked me to be an ambassador for Models Heroes, which I leaped at because it combines my 2 passions. 1, model making, and 2, helping people with their mental health. Piece by piece, as they say. So, I'd just like to say it's wonderful to be part of this sort of project. I can't wait to raise more awareness. I hope that this event goes absolutely brilliant. I'll be shouting about it. I'll be doing my best to stick my head in if I can. But in the meantime, just everyone remember, that everything we do now on this event to raise this money for Models for Heroes, it's going to make a tangible difference to a hero who needs help. So they did it for us, we do it for them. All the best, yeah? Ta-ra.
All right, that was a good little break. Hopefully everybody's enjoying it. Looks like we've got a new member of the stream. Zach Grizzle, welcome.
Hola.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're working on and how you came to be a part of this event.
Well, I am a frequent tagger along of these events, and I am working on. Let me find a good model to show off. I'm working on some Necrons from Warhammer 40,000.
Very cool.
Yeah, trying out a lot of new techniques, this is normally the best time to do something like that. Perfect time to experiment and try out when you don't have a deadline or anything like that. But hopefully I'll actually finish these. I think I'm on track to do so far, and if not, I have a backup plan.
All right, that's awesome. All right, looks like let's see, looks like Darren is still. Oh no, he's back with us. It looks like he's airbrushing. Good on him, man. He's fast. All right, well, let's finish this 35th scale question. What do you think, Rick? What do you think the biggest advantage or disadvantage of 35th scale is?
I think I think the scale size, so whether that be 132nd or 135th, let's put that debate aside. It's that kind of sweet spot where you can do the detailing. If you're that type of a person, the size of it allows some super detailing, which I think is great if you want to go that direction. I'm working on we're working on 148 scale right now. And it certainly lends itself to some detailing, but just the size of, if you're going to be making all the little tool clasps and those types of things, it just gets difficult. At least an old guy like me with shaky hands and bad eyesight and all the rest of it, it makes it difficult. And having recently did a 1/16th scale, which I know is kind of very popular, kind of in vogue at the moment, a lot of new kits coming out. I did that in anticipation that I could approach that in a more realistic sort of a manner. And I found that as a struggle as well. So I don't know if that's just because it was a new scale and trying to expand my techniques, my skill levels to something a little bit different. I found it challenging. So I'll go back to that at some point because, I want to expand my own base as well. But in terms of where 135th fits into the mix, I think it's like I said, a good middle ground where you could build out of the box and it looks great. But it also is a size that allows super detailing, as we can see if you follow Instagram, Facebook, or anybody else, adding the wiring and everything else that might go with it. I'd be curious what you guys think.
No, I'd agree with you. I think it's a really good size. Obviously, you get a lot of choices as well. I think recently 1/72nd scale armor seems to really have had a resurgence. And so I think there's a lot of things that are now becoming available in that scale that before were, not very available. And same thing with 148 scale, to me, is really invested in it. And I think there's well over 100 kits that they offer now. So I think these other smaller scales have become more popular recently, but I don't know any statistics or figures, but I would imagine 135th scale still is the lion's share of armor products, armor kits, figures, diorama accessories, those kind of things.
I would assume so, but I think probably as yourself might have experience, I have friends around the world, and it depends a lot on their living conditions. If you have if you're limited in size of your apartment or whatever it might be, your home, you just can't display, say, 135th scale. So you tend to move towards, like you say, 1/72nd or 1/48th, just because you want to display your, have a cabinet full of your work, but how big of a cabinet can you afford the floor space in your home? So those alternatives are really, really nice for, all sorts of different reasons.
Yeah, I think it depends on the subject too. I mean, JC's working on a Yog Tiger, in 1/48 scale, and that's a big model in 1/35 scale. But you could build some of that stuff in smaller. And then Rick, I really enjoyed your FT-17 build in 1/16 scale, and I think that's a small enough vehicle, a small enough tank that I think that 1/16 scale makes a really nice model. And as your video showed.
Well, I think you're talking about with your M5, that's a small enough vehicle that would actually translate well to 1/16. Hint, hint, hint. for somebody.
For somebody, yeah.
Somebody who might want to take that effort on.
That's right. Yeah, and the recent Tacom 1/16 scale Jeep, I've got 2 of those, and I'm pretty excited about that. They have the ability in 1/16 scale on a small vehicle like that to, wire up the engine compartment, add fuel lines. I mean, do a lot of things that are going to be a lot more of a challenge in a smaller scale. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so each scale, I guess, if you boil this down, each scale has its own pluses and minuses, kind of just, depends upon where your interests are. If you want to go into, like you say, and, wire up the engine, go to a larger scale. So it allows you the opportunity to do that. If you're constrained by small spaces, look towards the smaller scales. I think there's room for all of that to work in our world. It's, to use that cliche, the golden age of modeling.
Grant and John, what do you guys think about this subject?
Well, I don't think it's a Tacom Jeep. I think it's a 4x4.
I saw you chuckling when he said that.
No, I agree with you guys. I think, I think a lot of times nowadays people are, for the smaller scales, they want to get to the actual painting and the diorama. So they'll build smaller vehicles, 1/48 scale, 1/72 scale, so they can get to the painting, the weathering of that, and move on to the dioramas. I was raised like most of you guys. My first kiss was a monogram Sherman, the Calliope, the old Shep Payne. Yeah, the Shep Payne one with the Shep Payne flyer inside and everything. And it was a great kit. But I think 1/35 scale is just that universal scale that kind of Japan and Italy and Europe and everybody kind of fell onto and made it a universal for the model. But like Rick said, it is we're seeing stuff now that you never would. There's a 1/16 scale Ontos out there now. Whoever thought that would happen, but we can't get a 1/35 scale Weasel M29, hint, somebody.
Let's turn this whole into the hint forum here.
But that's what I think. I think it's just, it is what it is.
What do you think, Doc?
Yeah, I agree with the learned gentleman who presented before me. 35th is king for a reason, right?
Yeah.
You can detail it, you can paint it. There's a million options. Though, for me, 72nd was like a throwaway scale until the past couple of years. Like I'm enjoying making 72nd once in a while with like Flyhawk and Vespid. The stuff they're dropping is like, I'm not going to scratch build 172nd like at all. But you don't need to. Like I've been playing with a couple of the Vespid kits and they're gorgeous, right? Yeah. And they are tiny and you get through them quick and you can try new techniques on them and they travel well. For those, like if I'm going to Nats, I'm not going to drive, I'm going to fly. I can actually put 4 or 5 172nd kits in my box real easy instead of 1/35. Though I will say so if we're picking random models, hint, someone make an Honest John trailer and missile in 1/35. My weird thing I want an Honest John. And I'll put a pitch in for something no one's ever going to do, which is 1/24 scale. I think that is the scale for super detailed armor that we like to build. I think 1/16 is too big. Like I made the FT-17. That's cool in 16th, or I have the Panzer I Breda, but they're big, but they're like a shoebox. But like Andy Stug is amazing, but that is a hell of a huge kit. And I would love the classic World War II armor, like a Sherman in 1/24th. I think that would be big enough to make it incredibly detailed without spending 6 months on it.
Yeah.
No one's going to do that.
Tosca actually dipped their toe into that. They did I have a Zundop 1/24 scale motorcycle with sidecar, and they also did a Panzer II in that scale. And I agree with you. It's a nice scale. The automotive guys, I think there'd be some crossover there, but it just they released a couple kits. I don't think they sold real well, and then they just kind of moved on. But I think that would be intriguing.
Infrastructure around it.
Yeah.
There's nothing to support that scale, at least in the armor side. And there was a comment that rolled by earlier on talking about, and it was an aircraft comment, about how 1/32 is too large, but 1/48 is the sweet spot. So this is back to the first part we had on this, which is it really depends upon subject in a large sense of this conversation as we start talking about 24th or 16th scale versus 35th scale.
Yeah, I agree. I think, we talk about different scales. I've mentioned on our podcast a couple of times, I'd really enjoy seeing some 1/16 scale motorcycle kits, like a World War II Harley Davidson or a Zundop in 1/16 scale. That would give you the ability to, again, wire the engines and do the brake cables and the throttle cables and really kind of do a lot of super detailing. But so far we haven't seen that. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, guys. Right? Whitey and Darren, I'm interested in your takes as well. You guys have talked on your podcast about sort of why you build, what scales. I know some of you are more cockpit guys than others, but Whitey, I think you're mostly a 48 scale guy, right?
Yeah, primarily that's my scale. Unless it's something like a heavy that no one's doing a KC-135 in 48 scale, for example. So I will build 72 scale stuff. You see off behind me, I have one of my old Tacoma E6 birds, hanging in the corner. That's 72 scale. But yeah, normally 48 scale. I like that size just because I can detail it without having to get into super detail like you do with a 32nd scale. You're gonna have to not have to, but you're gonna it opens you up to wanting to add, to feeling like you need to add more. I think 32 scale, if you don't you look at like the older Revell 32nd scale, let's say Corsair. If you build that just out of the box, it's pretty toyish, unless you add some details to the cockpit and to the landing gear, etc. Once nowadays you have the Tamiya 32 scale Corsair, which they've gone to that length to detail them up to where they don't look toyish in that scale. But 48 scale, it's kind of a size thing too. I like the size of them. My shelves back there are, they're not very big, but I can still fit a bunch of models up there for display. If I was building 32 scale, I would need display cabinets out there, which is something I should probably do anyway, just to avoid having to dust them every month. But I'll get there eventually. But I like 48 just because of the size, and if I do want to add some details to stuff, it's pretty easy for me to do that. And that's, I think, the monogram. Growing up in the 70s and 80s as a kid, the monogram 48 scale kits that were available down the street at the drugstore. That's what got me into building 48 scale. I think was those things. The old all the World War II fighters that they did back then, with the working parts and everything like that. That's really cemented it. So I have nothing against 72 scale, although painting wise, I'm not the best painter. So it's I marvel at guys that can do intricate camouflage. in 72nd scale on like a 72nd scale Spitfire that's so small, yet they can get a perfect demarcation line. That's just, that's some skill right there.
Oh,
I'm not.
Yeah, Luftdrum, we're looking at you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I judged 72nd scale stuff at the Old Dominion Open a couple of weeks ago, and I was floored by what I was looking at by some of those guys. It was unreal.
Yeah, same with the kits there. Those Arma 172nd scale kits are coming, with parts in the box that they look like a 148 scale kit did 10 or 15 years ago. Let's go over to Darren.
Yeah.
Darren, what do you kind of think about this scale issue?
I think I don't have anything to add to it. I think that everybody hit the nail on the head from talking about displaced size. The 72nd scale. It tends to be predominantly a predominant scale over in Europe. I like what Whitey was saying about 48. 48 scale is kind of the sweet spot for me as well. It's I think you're going to find that most of the aircraft modelers I know will say that, because it gives you just the right amount of detail without it being too small. I agree with what Whitey said. The 32nd scale stuff is very hard to keep that from looking toyish. You really have to be on your game to make a 32nd scale aircraft kit look realistic, like it's sitting on the flight line. It's very hard to do. So, so I mean, I'm right there. I'm a 48 scale guy, 24 scale for automobiles, and I don't mind doing 72nd scale every now and again. You're right about the Arma hobby kits. Those things are just incredible. They're 48 scale detail packaged in a 72nd scale kit, which is fascinating to me. But it is. I think it's all personal preference at the end of the day. Mine's 48 scale. So.
I'd be interested to know how many of you guys are single scale builders. I mean, I say all the time I'm scale agnostic, but Darren, what about you? Do you build in multiple scales, or are you pretty much in cars I do this, in planes I do this? Where do you fall along these lines?
No, I build I build all different genres, right? So I build a little bit of everything, Scott. It just really, I heard y'all saying it earlier, so I don't mind saying it. It really depends. It depends on my what jazzes me at that particular moment, and then also, is that subject available, and what scale is it available in? Sometimes I can only find it in 72nd scale. So
yeah.
So.
Rick, what about you? Are you a primary scale builder, or do you just kind of whatever suits your fancy?
If you look at my collection, so to speak, predominantly 135th, but I think that has more to do with just the subject matter than it does my preference. I haven't built a 48th, for instance, in a long time, and I'm just totally digging this. I'm thinking, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life right now, because the scale is great. I can get through it. Like, let's literally, we are building models in 2 days here.
Yeah.
And they're going to be to, I would say 99% of us will probably complete. Raise your hand if you think you're going to complete. Okay. That's 99% right there. And it's going to be to a pretty high skill level, for these models. So the size of these really lends itself to, I think, a lot of satisfaction. Again, we can detail them if we want to. I tended to go that way with mine, but they look great out of the box. I think it was just mentioned about, a 132nd scale aircraft versus a 172nd scale aircraft, and the realism involved in all that. It's a totally different game. So if you move scales, you move how you are going to finish that model. It totally changes the game. And so, I don't know. So yes, I float around. I float around. I'm easy. I'm on the street corner on Friday nights.
JC, how do you feel about this?
I'm not much of a 72nd scale builder because Alex Clark owns that space as far as I'm concerned. He's incredible. He's absolutely incredible. But 48 scale, like I'll use them to like break up 35th scale bills sometimes with what John calls a slammer bill. I'm becoming more of a 1/16th armor builder. But like somebody mentioned, like in 32nd scale aircraft, that if you don't put the detail in, it looks toy-like. That is exactly the case with 1/16th armor. There was in fact, I think Grant saw this at the last Model Fest show. There was a guy who had a 1/16th scale T-34 that looked really great, but he didn't go the last mile in adding the detail in it, so it kind of looked a little toy-like. So the danger with 1/16 or in like 132nd scale with aircraft is that if you don't put the extra attention to detail, you really come away with a toy-like kit. And that said, what you have to realize is when you start to build like a 1/16th armor kit, you're not going to build them the way TJ puts them together. You're only going to maybe do 3 a year or 4 a year. You're not going to be able to do like 8, 9, or 10.
Yeah, how long did it take David Parker to get that Panzer IV done? About 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, 7 years.
But it's a work of art too,
and it is.
So yeah, that's really good. Anybody else have any thoughts on this?
For me, it's come down to cost.
Yeah,
and space, I suppose.
Sure.
I try and do the hobby as cheaply as I can do. So if I want to get a particular kit of something, I will try and get the smallest and cheapest kit if I can, because just the way it is, that's realism, unfortunately, in real life. But yeah, that's what it comes down for me. But I mean, also I know that I won't enjoy doing a 1/72nd Mustang, for example. Don't know why I picked that up, but I might struggle doing the 1/72nd, but I might enjoy doing the 148. So it's all about cost, really. But also, there are so many other scales. I mean, I noticed Zach down there is building Warhammer stuff. That's 28 millimeter, which is 156 scale. Which is between your 48 and your 32nd. That's a great scale to be working in terms of painting. So yeah, it all depends on whether the kit's available and whether they've got the money.
Scott, you know this about me, but I don't like turning a sow's spear into a silk purse. I just want to buy a silk purse. I like good kits, man. I don't like bad kits. I don't take joy in like making something great out of a crappy old kit. So I'm pretty scale agnostic, with the caveat I'm looking for good manufacturers dropping new kits. So if Tamiya drops a new 48 scale, I'm interested. And same with the good 72nd manufacturers. But other than those, I pretty much stick to 135th.
Yeah,
we have a saying over in the Model Geeks sphere that life's too short for crappy kits.
That's exactly it. Yeah, I'm editing my normal verbiage. I have a similar thing.
Me too.
Yeah. Tamiya or death, basically.
If you saw my stash, it's like 75 or 80% Tamiya kits.
Yeah.
I mean, because why are you going to mess around with, I'm not going to name any manufacturers, but some of the lesser kits? I just don't. I'm 70 years old. I don't have time to do that. Okay, it's like I want to build them, paint them, get them done, and move on. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's it. I think all of us, JC, no matter what age we are, those of us that like you and I that are little on the more advanced side, or even younger ones, it also depends on how much time you have for your hobby. You know, a lot of us travel a lot for our jobs, and we might not have 20 or more hours a week. We might only have 3 or 4 hours a week to do it. And so, how do you want to spend your time? You know, if you get into a massive rebuild of, say, a legacy monogram kit, and I mean, I've seen people do absolutely stunning, you know, work on those kind of projects, but you know, those are probably projects where you're going to have to invest certainly hundreds of hours, and some of us, you know, that might represent a couple of years of our modeling time. So yeah, that's a really good point.
Which I think leads to like the next follow-up question is, I know in my own personal situation, I get bored, or I get, you know, if a kit's taken so long to build, whether it's a great kit or not, but you know, after name your time period, I lose interest, you know, and that's when, you know, that's, you start hearing about the shelf queens that have been around, because, you know, the mojo is gone. And so, you know, there's that, again, that sweet spot in there. And I think scale plays into that as well.
It does.
Depending on what you're looking for to do.
I have a term for that. I call it kid exhaustion. You know, you just get to a point you're exhausted. It's like, I don't care about this anymore. It's just,
That's what I've been using the smaller scale kits as my side kit.
Yeah,
so I have something else kind of fun to do while I'm like, you know, like I just built the 35th Take-On T29, and I put a lot of effort into, you know, detailing it and all of it, but it took months, right? And every once in a while you're like, I just want to do something else. So I slammed together a 48th Stug from Tamiya, and that was just super fun to do on the side and go back to the main kit and don't let it completely die. I think the small kits are fun for that.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well, Doc. I agree with that. So I look at each model project on my bench as, you know, like in video game terms, you got your power bar, your life bar up at the top. And I know not everyone is like this, but most projects, I realize there's a time you get to where, you know, you sort of like, well, is there any more fun? Is there any more life left in this project? And like you said, Doc, if you're not getting it done, it might be time just to move on, you know? And most of us, you can see over my shoulder, most of us have stashes. I have a pretty healthy stash, so it's pretty easy to just kind of give into that temptation to kind of move on. So, all right. Well, I think if James were here, he would be looking down his nose saying it's time for a coffee break. So let's roll into one of those and make sure we keep the boss happy. So here we go. All right. Well, welcome back. Everybody loving that theme song, right?
How can you not?
Oh yeah. You cut it off before the drop, though.
Yeah.
It's the key change you got to listen out for. It lifts your soul.
That's right. That's right. Well, Darren, you have an idea for this sit rep thing? wonder if he is muted. There he is.
Sorry, I had to get myself situated. Yeah. So the sit rep. Let me see here. Let me share my screen. So I want to ask. I'm going to ask all of the folks out there that are watching, if you're over on Facebook and a member of the Model Officers Mess Facebook group, they have posted in there, and let me pull my screen up here. They have posted a sit rep up here in the featured area called Bench Sit Rep USA. Go inside there and give us a sit rep. Some pictures, what it is you're working on, where you're at. You'll see here Malcolm has put his in there on the Nashorn and put his pictures up. Just a great place. We can come in here and we can check every, hour and a half or so and see what folks are doing. If you're not able to join the stream, we can at least follow along to see your progress. So, Wayne Cooper with his, it's a swimming wagon. I believe Frildo with the pronouncing German armor stuff. But let's see here. There's a F-22 from Chris Schofield. It's looking good. That's a pretty sporty build for 48 hours. And Brandon Mickelson, moving right along. Okay, was this what type of tank is this for all the armor guys out there? Nobody?
Sorry, I wasn't paying
Sherman.
attention.
You got yourself a Sherman.
M4A1 Sherman.
There we go. Let's see. Quite a few of them. Carl Smith is working on a Hobby Boss M4, and he's going full blown with the little dial base too. A lot of folks have stuff in primer already in paint. We're only here on Saturday. That's awesome. Here's one for you. That's I have no idea. It's an M8 howitzer from Tamiya. It's looking really good. Nice photography work there too. A dingo from Jay Bergerson. Bergion. Dingo, looking good, Jay. All sorts of good stuff in here. Let's see. Okay, now there's the color I think I hate painting the most is red. I don't know why. It just seems like red makes a mess of everything I do. Every time I do it. That's looking good, John. And man, there's been a bunch posted in here. So Wayne Cooper's come back in here. He's throwing several pictures up of his build. Good. Folks are making a lot of progress. So go on over into the Model Officers Mess. Check out the Birthday Bash 2023 Bench Sit Rep. It's in the pinned area called Bench Sit Rep USA. And show off your work. So that is the Sit Rep. Let's see here. Question for Scale Model Dot. Do you think the tactile work of being a physician improves your modeling ability? That's a good question.
It is a good question. No. The opposite is true though. I think since I came back to the hobby, 6 years ago. We're gonna pick a number, 5-6 years ago, and it's probably made me better at suturing wounds just from practicing, tiny little things on tanks. I'm an emergency physician. I stitch a lot of wounds, right? Like it's one of the things I do, but I'm not a surgeon. I don't spend all day operating. There are a couple of kind of incredible scale modelers that are in healthcare. So Scale Model Workshop, Paul Budzik is a dentist, I believe, right? And there are a couple other dentists. And I think that career very directly matches scale modeling, right? You're sitting there making a crown and kind of doing this micro work all day. And I know an orthopedist who does a lot of like microsurgery who's a scale modeler, and I think there's a lot of crossover. But my job is mostly the absolute opposite of being at the bench. It's chaos and interruptions and multitasking and shooting from the hip and occasionally stitching up wounds that crosses over. But no, I got back into the hobby actually because one of my coworkers was like, dude, you need a hobby. This was one night at 2 a.m. when we were both there like 4 hours late. And I was like, I have a hobby. I like to exercise. He's like, no, you need something like quiet where you just sit and like do it and relax. That's the opposite of this hellhole that we're in.
Yeah.
And I was, I told him like the next day, I'm like, I'm going to get a model tank. And he's like, really? I was like, yeah, I used to love making them as a kid. And you made me think of doing it. And here we are 5 years later. So no, for me, it's much more of the opposite of work and a release from work and kind of a mental health thing, like so many people, right? It's just a way to decompress.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and as long as you're not working with the crappy kids, then then the struggle is real.
That's exactly the truth. Then I feel like I'm at work.
Is back. Yeah. So let's see. I'm gonna run around the room here real quick and see how folks are doing. Whitey, what you got? I see you looking through your third eye there.
Yeah. Boom, there you go.
Wow, it looks like an airplane.
Yeah. Now this thing's it's not a bad kit, but it's got some gaps for sure. And so the underside of the wing, one of those gaps, you can see there. And I just made the mistake, and I'm thinking about this now after I just did this, but I have my bottle of sprue goo here.
Yep.
That I use to fill these gaps. And I'm like, oh crap, that's gonna take a long time to dry.
It's gonna take a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, shit. Why did I should have went with super glue and just so I could get, So I probably won't be able to sand on that till probably tomorrow morning. So I have some gaps up on the wings here that I need to fill, and I'm just gonna go with some Mr. Dissolve putty on that because that dries a little quicker. And these gaps on the top aren't as bad as the one that was on the underside there. So, but right after I got done doing it, I was like, oh man, that stuff takes a good while to really get hard enough to sand on, so, oh well. I have other stuff to occupy me in the meantime, so that's fine.
There you go. Thanks for the update.
Yep.
All right, let's see here. Moving on. Let's go over see. Malcolm, I saw you firing some paint there earlier. Are you painting now? So
I was.
Yeah. Well, we can come back to you. I don't want to interrupt what you got going on.
No, it's fine. I'm literally just about to start the green, but no, it's fine. I can wait. I'll put down XF, whatever this is, 88. XF 88 on here. I'm going to do the green and brown snakes, and then I'm going to put the black ones. I'm rocking and rolling with it.
Moving into the camo phase. Good job.
Mm-hmm. And then I can get to the fun bit.
There you go. Let's see. Let's move over here. See, Rick is painting. I'll come back to him in a few. Grant, how are you? How's it coming?
Good. I'm actually starting to work on a little bit of a base now. I don't know if that's going to be a tank on a plank or just something with a little bit of groundwork, but I'm starting to work on something. So
yeah, man, you guys with bases, this is not one thing I take into consideration. Set it on the shelf. I like the way it looks, or on a mirror, and call it a day. Or I just order something from Bases by Bill and make it real easy. Make it real easy. So, okay. Scale model Doc, we were over talking to you a few minutes ago. How's your update, or how's your kit coming?
It's good. I have most of the dusting done on the turret and the body of this thing. I just need to get to the wheels next, and then try to lock it in with a flat coat and get into the final weathering. So I'll pop some pictures up on the Facebook page a little bit.
Very cool. Yeah, you're way ahead of the curve then. Let's see here.
If you cover it all in dust, you can get ahead really quick.
Is that right? Well, let me tell you, that tool you just set on your desk right there is money as well. And that's the hair dryer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm on mute over here most of the time. I've been hair drying every 10 seconds.
That's makes life a lot easier. All right, very well. Jackson, let's move over for a quick update. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. I made a last minute decision. Because this thing is going to be painted like a desert yellow or tan color, it's really going to show if I missed anything, like layer lines or anything, pretty imperfections, they're really going to show up. And that scares me. So I decided last minute to go in and actually texture. My lighting in here is horrible, but I decided to go in here and texture all the turrets and cast parts and stuff because they weren't cast, but I just thinned down some Mr. Surfacer 500 really thin and just kind of stippled it on. And if you watch the movie, you can see that like the paint is really rough. It's flaking off and stuff. So it's meant to be like a World War I vintage tank being used in the late 30s. So yeah, I think it'll end up all right, and it'll hide some more of those layer lines. But I just finished up doing that. I'm now giving it its final coat of brown, so it's slowly getting unified. So
you got your last part there that was printing. It's all done. Good.
It should be done, but it's still on the printer downstairs. So I need to at some point go grab that, clean it up, and get it put on here.
All the fun stuff. Okay, thanks a lot for the update, Zach. How's it going?
I am crossing my eyes.
Is that right?
Hold on, it'll focus.
Yeah.
Doing some edge highlights on these guys.
Yeah, I bet you are crossing your eyes. That's some tiny stuff, man.
Yeah, and I got this one is pretty much finished.
Well, that looks great.
Yeah, it's going better than I expected. I'll be honest.
Looks really good. Really, really good. All right, let's see. Let me pop up here. Rick is still painting, it looks like.
No, I'm good.
Rick, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. So we're getting the camouflage colors on.
Oh yeah.
So
wow,
just working on the green right now. So we're just getting started with that. It's going to be kind of a pseudo ambush. I found a reference. There'll be a few Duncan Gale dots throughout those fields here just to kind of break it up a bit, but not a true ambush scheme, but just kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So there we go. And that will give me my platform. And then, as everybody has just said, now the fun stuff.
Yeah. You got start the weathering and getting all that other stuff done. You armor guys, man, I swear y'all are quick. Into paint, shooting the camo. I got primer on. I don't know.
Well, you're
I don't
talking.
even know what color I'm going to shoot yet.
The first one you grab.
Yeah, no kidding. So got John Marley over in Oz saying good morning. Good morning, John. It was great hanging out with you guys last night. Building my model. Good night from Sweden, Victor. Good night. Have a great evening. Let's see here. Starting a kit has flaws can be very rewarding. It can. It can also be very frustrating. So
yes, it can.
Yeah. I bit off building the 35th scale Kitty Hawk MH60, and it's moving along. But I think there's a certain part of the troubleshooting or problem solving that I enjoy doing. So I've had fun with it. I've had some other kits I don't know have flaws in it that have just been frustrating as hell. But sometimes you're right. It can be very rewarding. Let's see here. Looks like Scott is back in the house. Scott, we just did a quick run around to see how everybody's doing. You have a bench update for us?
Yeah, I just took the model upstairs and just gave it a good wash to get all the fingerprints and the dust from the sanding off of it. I'm going to mute up and hit it with the hair blower and then start getting ready to prime it. So
There you go.
yeah.
There you go. Yeah, we're just talking about the hair dryer being one of the best tools I have at my bench.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Especially when you're on a time crunch.
that's right. So real quick from mine, I've been sitting back here patiently priming in the background, but I've got all the little sub-assemblies done. I'm ready to start doing a little pre-shading with some black and hitting the shadow areas. And, I kind of been bouncing around if I wanted to do this just, out of the box in the olive drab. Or I have a 1/48 scale hanger that I would at some point like to make into a diorama with some of my older, aircraft sitting around it. So now I'm thinking maybe this would be a great truck to have sitting alongside that hangar, maybe with a Texaco sign on it, or, something aviation, just, I don't know, with some junk in the back of it, like it was carrying it around, the hangar. So now I'm starting to second guess my painting strategy. So we'll see, but still has to be or pre-shaded and get ready. That's where I am. Let's see. Any more comments pop in here? Ray Davis, good day to everyone. Hoping to meet you soon, Duran. Yep, very soon, my friend. Very soon. Let's see. All right. While we are at a little lull here, I'm going to go ahead and play us another coffee break tip. So let's see. We got one here from Kathy Millet. Let's go ahead and play that. Everybody take a little break, get yourself a cup of coffee, stand up, stretch, whatever you got to do, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Now you can buy some beautiful commercial trees, but the price soon mounts up, especially if you're doing quite a few. So instead, I'm going to show you how to make your own wire trees. I started with 8 or so pieces of 32 gauge wire, and I use a pair of pliers to twist the end nice and tight, and this is the bottom of our trunk. Now it's time to do the branches. So we split off 3 or 4 wires and start twisting them together. The first twist at the start of the branch, and you can do it for as long and as short as you want. You'll soon get a feel for it. But once you've done a few twists, let's slow this down and look at it in detail. You twist back one of the sides and you'll create a couple of loops. Now you twist that loop to secure it. I've got 2 here. Sometimes I do them individually, sometimes I do them in pairs. It depends how balanced I want the tree to be. Then you just twist the loops together so that you have another branch forming. This is it, you're done at this point. Now you twist the tails together to secure them, otherwise I find when you cut the loops in a minute it falls apart, and then you just start bending back. In this case I'm bending them back singly because I don't need to do a double, and you can see I end up with a loop and a short bit to the left there. I twist that short bit to the left once I've twisted the loop in with the other piece to make sure it's all combined. Otherwise, that short bit will fall off. So there's a lot of twisting. You will end up with achy fingers if you do a lot of these trees like I did. And you just need to keep bending them back, doubling them up, and twisting loops. Sometimes when I'm doing trees, I just seem to end up with a loop that's too large. If that happens to you, don't worry, take the middle of the loop and squash it back down to the twisted wire, and now you've got two balloons on the side that you can twist individually, and you'll end up with double the branching. Once all your wire is twisted, you're left with loops. You can just snip them with a pair of wire cutters. Now I like to snip them asymmetrically so I get slightly different shape lengths. Now you just shape those loops into twigs. And these aren't your finest twigs, we'll add those later, but these are your finest branches. Now we've got our lowest branch, we just need to go up the tree, repeat, splitting it into sections, choosing whether we have one leader branch or whether we prefer to split it more evenly, and eventually we end up with a small wire tree. Next up, covering the wire twists. It's a great method, but those wire twists just give it away. I use brushable latex. It's thicker than casting latex, and I brush it on with a brush I really don't care about because it doesn't wash out easily afterwards. It doesn't set completely covering everything though. You'll need to do a couple of coats, or as I've done here, add something like sawdust into a second coat, and that just thickens it up and it has more coverage. Now you just brush it on and leave it, but you must leave it to dry well between the two coats because it does air dry, but it seals itself in. So if you put them on too quickly and it's not dried properly, it will never ever set again in future and it'll be squidgy in the middle. The advantage of latex though, when it's set, you can still move your branches, so you can still pose them later on. To help with the movement, I prime it with acrylics because they're slightly flexible. This is a brown primer from MIG for tracks, and then I spray on a lighter brown colour which is more in keeping with what I wanted the tree to look like. If you're doing a polyfibre tree, you can just add polyfibre at this point and move on to adding leaves. However, I wanted to show a different technique which uses static grass to add the fine twigs. That means you can do winter branches this way. So I use a little bit of layering spray, which is an acrylic spray. It stinks less than the other spray paints, and I sprinkle on with my applicator some 10mm grass. I've chosen a colour that works for me, and I've got a little workstation, I've got the glue to one side, and then I capture that grass on a sheet of paper and I can reuse it. You will need to build up several coats, or you end up with almost like a lollipop effect where you just don't have enough branches and twigs to hold the foliage that comes next. You don't need to wait for that to dry before moving on to spraying some more glue and adding. In this case, I'm using coarse turf. I'm just using the static grass applicator because it's a nice way of sprinkling it on and it all comes out again afterwards. This stage is really just to bulk everything up and give the leaves a little bit more density. Therefore, keep spraying more glue and adding more foam until you're happy. And then when you're done, it's just sprinkle the leaves on. I'm using knock leaves here. I really like them. They're just the easiest to sprinkle and they come in some great colours. And that's it. Once that's dry, your tree is done.
Well, Dan was saying that we should call that the dance party breaks. The whole theme song going there. That's good stuff.
She's great. Have to admit it, it's great.
So Joe is said he enjoys the kits with few details. Let's see here. It says my attempt to center on the interior structure of the aircraft. I attempt that so it can distract away from the fact I struggle with the most basic of techniques. Well, what is that most basic of technique? What is it you're struggling with? I think there's some folks around here who might be able to answer some questions if you need them to. So.
Or we can commiserate in our inability to do basic things.
we can do that as well. Like me, like enunciating names. I just can't do it. I'm pronouncing names. All right, I got to slide over here to the desk real quick. I'm working on the old Moose-a-Roo Cup build, and I am a big fan of 5-minute epoxy for certain things. And I have some set here, and I need to get these flaps on before my epoxy cooks off and is rendered useless.
What's the rush? You got ages.
Yeah, I've got like a few hours. I got to do pictures yet.
I got mine in a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I've never used 5-minute epoxy for building. Is this
yeah,
anyone else? Anyone like it?
I like it for when you need a really strong structural piece, Jonathan. And I use it quite a bit, obviously, on 3D printed parts. But I like it. I'm not a huge fan of super glue when you need something to really not come undone ever. So, yeah, I like it.
Landing gear.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's got, landing gear, some of the real, to Scott's point, some of the canopies where you got that little bitty attachment point. I like to use it because it's a lot stronger. But it's a mess. It can be a mess. Certainly don't want to get any of the resin on your fingers and start touching your painted kit.
Would you not rather pin the undercarriage? Maybe on a bigger car?
Sometimes I do. It really all depends on the engineering of the kit and what the attachment point's like. I have pinned landing gear before, yes.
I've relied on luck and magic to call my undercarriage. It's so far it's held out.
Yeah. Having a rather difficult time here with these flaps. Which I don't quite understand. These things are beautifully fitted. I think my ratio with the epoxy may have been off just a little bit. No, I hate rushing. Rushing leads to mistakes, which I'll show you an example of here in just a little bit once I get these on here. But I was rushing for another deadline yesterday, and it bit me.
Yeah, it's not a hobby for rushing, is it?
No,
I take my hat off
not
for
at
people
all.
who put builds together well and quickly. For me, you have to choose one of those.
Bill Huffman has a question for the group here. How many models or projects are each of you currently working on? Must start with Darren.
Oh, thanks, Scott. um,
Scott, are you just trying to interfere in this Mooseru Cup? Like,
no.
Is this unfair gamesmanship here?
No,
I'm sympathizing with my friend.
There's a reason why he's asking that question. It's so yes, I have this bad habit of starting things I can't complete. I think I've got, well, I mean, we count these, and I'm working on 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm working on 5 right now, 5 projects actively. I have others on the shelf of doom that I'd like to resurrect, but those are 5. And I have a 6th one sitting right over here, which I'm wanting to build for nationals. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Because I want to finish the H60 to take the nationals. So that's probably priority one. And of course, the mid-killer group build Hornet. Those are. So if the F4 doesn't make it, it doesn't make it. But currently working on 5 actively.
Wow, that's impressive. Rick, how many do you work on at a time?
One at a time, start to finish. Never put them on the shelf. This is my only exception, dropping this into the middle of the mix because, of course, I'm working on that Stug 4 and filming, and we'll do this as a quick one for this. But otherwise, no, just one at a time. I don't have a stash. I don't have a fallback. Just start it, finish it.
Wow, that's impressive.
Smart way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I admire that more than you know. That's great. Jonathan, Doc, how many are you working on?
Well, let's take this one off the dock. I mean, I have 2 real projects going. I got a 35th Hetzer. That was my, I started this week, and then I have a 72nd Vespid Leopard 2 that I've been playing with for a couple weeks, kind of bouncing. It was my side project for my last couple. It's kind of comes back and forth whenever I'm in the mood for it. And I try to only run 2 or 3 things at once. I try to run one thing I'm building and one thing I'm like weathering, just so if I'm in the mood to do one or the other. Or sometimes I'll take stuff downstairs if I'm building with the kids and kind of build at the table or build in the kitchen. I'm not going to bring all the airbrush and stuff downstairs, though.
Yeah.
But I found if I have a bunch of... So I do, of course, have like... looking behind me. I have 3 things on the very long-term shelf of Doom. A couple things on that topic. I've found that one, that's usually a reflection of my general life at the time. Like if things aren't going well in general, I have a bunch of stuff on the shelf of Doom and I should just handle that. And 2, I've changed my mind about this in the past few years. If a project, like JC said earlier, life is short, man. And like if a project really has completely run out of steam and I'm not that invested in it and it's halfway done, I just chuck them now if I'm really not in love with it. So I tend not to keep much on the shelf of Doom. But yeah, I like to have 2 things going at once just so I can bounce between them.
I used to have a shelf of Doom, but I don't anymore. What I do have is kind of like a shelf of projects that I'm partially into, and for whatever reason, I've moved on. I might be waiting for a part. I might be, just kind of needing a break from them. But I don't ever, see myself tossing the projects. I just will finish them at a later date. And I tend to be in either building mode where I really want to assemble some kits or painting mode where I really want to paint some kits, but it's not always the same. So, I mean, do any of you guys see that in your own building?
Well, I know our friend Sam Dwyer's like that. He builds a ton. So his shelf of Doom isn't a shelf of Doom. It's a shelf of, I don't know how many he's got.
Staging, yeah.
Yeah, he's got 12, 20 beautifully built kits that he just hasn't gotten to painting. Mm-hmm. And that makes sense to me, right? Like it's 2 different hobbies in a way, right? The whole building and scratching and detailing, and separately the painting and weathering. So if you can do one and put those aside for later, that makes sense. My shelf of doom is more stuff that I have like halfway painted that's not very good. That's an actual shelf of doom.
I tend to find that just through the journey of making a single model that everything gets addressed. So by the time I'm done with a model, I'm finished weathering and everything. I don't want to paint anymore. I don't want to weather anymore. So that construction period is always exciting. And then just in the one kit, I get to that next part where, okay, I'm done doing this. I'm ready to move on. And so that's just kind of my biorhythm, I guess. This tends to be very short. I think I would be personally, it's just, again, it's probably my personality. Maybe the doctor can diagnose me here, but it's just like, if I saw a whole shelf of things that were incomplete, it would just drive me nuts. I couldn't do it. It'd feel overwhelming to me. And then, again, a lot of that has been trained into me because of the work I do. So there's always deadlines and projects involved with what I'm working on, such as well.
So I'm going to need you to lay on the couch. All right. I need a copy of your insurance card, and we're going to talk about your mother. Okay.
That's going to be good, but I need to kind of know, what's your rate? Just
interim networks are complicated in the States. The UK guys have it way easier. I agree with you, man. It's a big thing about being like goal oriented in personality and also professionally, what you're driven into. I'm the same way. Like when I see my shelf of doom, it makes me hurt on like a psychic level, which is a personality flaw of mine, but it is what it is, right?
By the way, Doc, what kind of what brand is your Hetzer? Is that a Tamiya kit?
Yeah, so it was a gift from my father-in-law a couple of years ago that I finally got to. It's the Tamiya kit, but it's the boxing that had like the Aber photo etch in it and like metal barrel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's a real nice. It was a birthday gift a couple of years. It's really nice. So I have, and I mean, you and I talked about this a couple of years ago because you recommended some mask.
Yes.
For it. Yeah. So I got those on your rack. I didn't remember I had them, but I opened the kit. I'm like, the mascot told me to get.
Nice.
So, and then I got some ET model tracks, which I'm super into. Random brand plug. It's the second set of 3D printed tracks I've gotten from them this year, and they're just gorgeous. Gorgeous.
That Tamiya Hetzer in 135th is a really underrated model. Yeah. You can build it right out of the box and get a nice model, or you can really go to town.
Yeah.
Brass fenders and everything, and really make a stunning model out of it. So
yeah, that's the thing. I'm doing the ladder, but as I'm building it, I'm looking and I'm like, I want to get another one and just build it out of the box, total plastic, and just do it. It would be a 48-hour build, honestly.
Yeah,
it's great.
Our friend Dan Nofel says Hank is working on 16 to 18, but normally 9. I think maybe that's normally 9 for him. That's a lot. that's a lot of kits.
A man after my own heart.
Well, Zach, since you just chimed in, do you have a shelf of doom, or is it more of like a staging area? What's your situation like?
I have a trash can that needs to be filled, is what I have. And I actually did that recently. Was just said a minute ago, I got so overwhelmed. I haven't really done much modeling for the past few months because I sort of just got so overwhelmed with how much stuff I had and things. One thing wouldn't go right and be like, okay, well, in order to fix this problem, let me go start another kit. And then that sort of piled up and I had a ton of things. So I actually purged a pretty big chunk of my backlog here recently. But right now, in front of me, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 kits, and then if we count all of the minis that I have to build, I have like 300 things. But we don't count those individually because I might cry.
Today on Modeling Confessions with Zach Grizzle.
There's always something, but most of them are built. I just haven't painted them because that's usually I get to painting. I'm like, I'm done. It's not really my super favorite part of the in the process in general. So it's really easy to get burnt out very quickly on it.
Yeah, but I would also say in the 2 or 3 years that you and I have known each other, you've gone from basically where you didn't paint hardly at all to where you've actually gotten really good at it. So
Well, I
think
thank you.
Really come a long way.
And yeah, I definitely have improved, especially in my finishing overall, since being a part of all this. It's helped push me to do more things, sort of go outside of my usual comfort zone, which was, Second World War German armor, which is essentially all that I did. And now I'm doing sci-fi right now, and I have a bunch of other sci-fi stuff. I'm building a tractor, not exactly your normal subject, but it's really helped me.
Nice. That's cool. Jackson, what about you? Shelf of Doom or staging area, or neither?
Both, but also I kind of have a third. So I have like a Shelf of Doom that is predominantly models that I either built, or some of them are painted, some of them have started weathering. But they're all from, like, you guys talk about level up builds. They're all like builds that happened prior to like my first level up build. So it's like I look at them and there's a lot of construction flaws that at some point I could fix, but they're just not up to the standards, especially the ones that are painted in weather. They're just not at the standards of what I think I'm at now. So I've got that. That's sort of like the potentially recoverable models. I also have a drawer where it's essentially a trash can, where if like a build is just not going my way, it's just no joy at all, like where most people would throw them away, I just chuck them into that drawer and forget about them. It does the same thing for my mind. They're out of sight, out of mind. When I throw them in, I quite literally throw them in, because at that point I do not care how they come out if I ever happen to take them out. But what that is good for is if I ever need like a paint mule or something, like I can just fish, oh, here's a deuce and a half from 3 years ago that I threw away. I can just use that for painting. So I've got that. But then lately I've also kind of started to do the SAM approach. I have way less time for modeling now, now that classes have started back up again. And when I do have time, I've found that I've only really wanted to do construction. And that's mainly because my setup, right now I'm in my room. This is not my bench. This is just my little computer setup where I've got a cutting mat and some tools and stuff. It's a lot easier to do building up here. And normally, like when I get out of class or off work, I really just want to chill in my room. I want to like, talk to Zach and Jensen on Discord and just kind of relax. Making like an effort to go to my bench, it's like it seems like a task, like a hassle to go do. It's really not that bad, but I just prefer to be up here comfy.
Yeah.
And so really my bench has limited me, or like this area has limited me to construction. I mean, tonight I brought up my compressor and all my paints and stuff, but I typically don't do that. So anyway, long story short, I've been in a construction mood. So I've been kind of hammering out kits. I've got the Fire Scout going on. I've got the M6, which is in paint now. I've got a Mark IV land ship. I've got an M4A2. Now I've got this. I've got a lot of things that I'm just in like random stages of construction. And those are kind of like, I don't really consider them ongoing projects. I kind of look at it more like what Sam does, where he just builds a bunch and then it's like, oh, I want to paint a panther here. I'll just pull it off my shelf. So,
yeah, well, I mean, speaking of Sam, the Sam Dwyer, world famous modeler, he says 34, including the Asuka Sherman. I just started, so it's definitely a staging area with Sam.
We still love you despite of it, Sam.
I apologize for my estimate of like a dozen, 16.
Whitey, a Shelf of Doom or a staging area, or a little bit of both?
No, I'm a one subject at a time.
Wow, that's awesome.
I mean, right now I have two going on just because of this weekend. I have an F8 Crusader I'm in work on, and then this. I try to keep it one at a time and just push through and finish. Because I don't want that 5 or 6 projects kicking around that are kind of that would bother me.
Yeah.
One at a time is good for me, man.
That's awesome. I admire you, man. That's incredible.
So, Whitey, it sounds like you and I should probably share the cost to sit on the doc's couch and figure out our psyches here.
We do offer group discounts.
Okay, good.
And 10th visit is free, so you got a punch card. It's really nice.
Awesome. Do we get a latte as well?
We can arrange that.
Okay.
Grant, where do you stand on this? We haven't heard from you for a while. Are you a Shelf of Doom guy or a staging area guy or a little bit of both?
I would say a little bit of both. I mean, I don't really build tanks and stuff that much anymore. I'm more of a figure guy lately for the last year or so. So I've got like 3 or 4 of them going right now. But I do have like an M113 that I built, that I just felt like I needed to build something. But as in starts and ready to goes, I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 plus this one I'm working on while I'm waiting for something to dry.
Nice. So. Let's circle around and wrap this up with Malcolm. Malcolm, do you have a Shelf of Doom or a staging area?
I have. I have lots of minis, so just like Zach, I counted all the minis up. If I counted all the minis up, probably 100 plus. With bolt action and Warhammer and everything else.
Uh-oh. Who's doggy's on the loose?
Sounds like a sound bar, that someone's pressing the button. Yeah, I don't think I'll carry on because you got it.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, let's go through some of the comments here.
Okay.
John Marley says 3 builds in progress. Seems pretty reasonable. All right. I think we got him. Maybe.
Cool.
I think I muted the right person there. So. All right. Zal wants to know, Darren, any news about anybody colonizing their build so far in the 48-hour build?
Colonizing? What does that mean?
I believe that's a Model Geek term for destroying something out of frustration.
Oh, I see.
Darren, is that fairly accurate?
That's extremely accurate. No, I don't know of anybody that has done that yet. We're only halfway through day 2, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But to answer the question about colonizing, we have a friend of ours in our local group. His name is Colin, and he kind of termed or coined that phrase, actually, saying he doesn't have a problem heaving it across the room at his brick wall when he gets upset. So that has turned into colonizing, and it's just stuck. So to colonize means to crush.
I thought you meant like colonizing is like the British and the Americans, Canada and all that thing, not the colonizing. Different. Yeah. So with my minis and things, it's probably about 100 or so. But I've got more projects in my head than I have kits. I've got ideas in my head of dioramas and layouts and models that I'd want to build in my head, I reckon. But I don't have. Well, traditionally, I didn't have the space to be able to have loads of kits. I was a tray on the table or my lap, or and I had everything I had to do with modeling in a small box. There's absolutely nowhere that I couldn't not complete it. So, but ironically, now I'm in a 3 meter by 2 shed I'm still working on this little tiny area, and everything else is just a mess. So I do have more space, but I tend to like to have one or two projects on the go, and that's it. Just because of space, really. And I don't think I would have the headspace to be able to cope with more than that.
That's totally understandable. How's your Nashorn coming along, Malcolm? It seems like you had quite a bit of camo on there.
Yeah, so I followed the instructions, and then I'm going to go back to, because there's meant to be some camouflage underneath, but it doesn't really give you much of instruction in terms of what that should be. So I've done a bit of research online, and you can see they've got the snakes and everything else underneath the white. So I'm just going to go and do that now. I'll probably will gloss this and then white it. Maybe, not sure. I might do all the road wheels and tracks now first, actually, and all the details. And that's why I was looking at the figure. Maybe I was going to paint that out for a little bit. Yeah, it's going well.
Awesome. Well, let's take a break, and then maybe go after we get back, maybe go around the room and see how everybody's progress is coming, and we'll do that. So let's do should we do a model tip, Darren?
Yeah, sure. We did the one on trees a little bit earlier.
Okay.
What do we have after that? We have a quick one there.
Let's see. How about model scale medic?
There we go.
All right, let's try that one.
Hey everybody, this is John from the Scale Model Medic YouTube channel with a quick reminder that you need to step away from the bench for a few minutes and have a break. I hope you're all having a fantastic time, and I wish you all the very best of luck for the event. James asked me to put a video together showing a modelling tip, and I couldn't decide on just the one, so here's a bit of random modelling for you to watch while you enjoy your break. Sponge chipping is a very popular technique, and for good reason. It's a quick way to add a really nice effect to your models and start building up some weathering. One of the most common mistakes that you see when beginning with this technique is to simply tap the sponge in a linear motion, creating a repetitive pattern on the surface of the model, which is easily identified and dispels the illusion that these are random chips in the paint. Instead, make sure that you turn the sponge backwards and forwards as you move along, and this will remove any repetitive patterns and give you a much more realistic effect with a simple twist of the wrist. If your model has obvious breaks in the surface, such as these panel lines, you can use masking tape to cover up one side of the divide before applying the chipping process, and then removing the tape, switching sides and doing it again. This prevents the same chipping pattern from flowing over that break in the surface and keeps everything looking nice and random. If you're new to weathering, you might be wondering what else you can do using sponge chipping as a starting point. So I'm going to boost these chips that I've just applied and turn them into a bit of a rust effect. This test piece has been painted with a matte finish, and that's important as it allows tap water to soak onto the surface of the model without beading up, and that's what I'm doing here. I've then taken some of the rust colour that I used for the chips and diluted it heavily, and then I'm just flowing it around those chips using them as a starting point. You'll note that the paint flows around the surface easily because it's been wet with water, and if I clean the brush on tissue, I can actually soak it back up into the bristles and remove the rusty coloured paint. After getting familiar with this control process on putting paint on and taking paint off, you can use the sponge applied chips as a starting point to represent the area which has gone rusty, and then use that diluted rust coloured paint to give the impression of the rust seeping out onto the top coat of the vehicle. When you get familiar and comfortable with using the paint in that fashion, you can start experimenting with some vertical streaking, pulling the paint down, cleaning the brush, and then feathering this out to give it a nice natural blend. This has taken about 2 or 3 minutes in total to achieve, and it's really added something a little bit more interesting than a few isolated chips of rust coloured paint out there on their own in the open. It's a bit important to remember though, this is acrylic paint, so once it's dry it's on there permanently, and if you need something that you can reactivate, you may want to consider using enamel effects. If you're interested in adding more detail to your models, a great way to do it is by representing all of the missing cabling and pipework that just isn't included in the base kit. But to do that, you're going to need some very fine wire to work in scale. I've recently found that computer peripherals with the cables cut off once they're broken gives access to some really thin wire, such as this piece of the gaming headset cable, which I cut off after it was broken, and that's given me meters of 0.09mm wire, which is perfect for a cable about as thick as this one in 1/35th scale. Another quick tip is when you're working with wire for your models, after you've cut it free, you can roll it under something flat like a steel ruler and it'll straighten it out, giving you the perfect starting point to bend it into the shape for your details. Please don't forget to donate to the Just Giving page to help raise money for Models for Heroes.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Couple of items of business. Again, scrolling on the bottom of the screen, you're going to see the link where you can, if you're watching this on YouTube or Facebook, where you can go make a donation. Please do. Please donate whatever you can. And that's why we're here. We're having a great time, but that's ultimately why we're here, is a great cause. Also, we've got about 40 people or so watching us. Wherever you're watching, Facebook or YouTube, please give us a like and see if we can't get some momentum there. And then the guys that are on the stream right now, we have some other guys that want to hop on. So if somebody wants to take a break for an hour or two, don't mind giving up their seat. We'll see if we can get some new guys on. So
yeah, I can hop off, Scott.
What's that? Oh.
Hey, I'm gonna drop off. I've got a family thing I need to take care of, so please fill it with somebody with that is as sexy as me. So
impossible. That's impossible.
I love you more. So it's been fun, guys. I really do appreciate it, and I'll talk to you probably later on tonight, most of you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Grant. Appreciate it.
See you later, Grant.
Yep, thank you, guys.
All right, and then Darren, I think we've got maybe in about a half an hour, we've got not one but two flash auctions. That should be a lot of fun tonight.
That should be. Yep. I was just fixing to mention that myself. So yeah, what we say, it's at 9 o'clock, at the top of the hour, we'll hit that off.
Yeah, let's do it.
That'll be fun. Yeah, 2 of them. Last night's was exciting.
You got your platinum card ready?
Oh, wait a minute. We got a doctor in the house. He's got money. All right.
Rewards points, baby. Let's get that visa. Find the limit.
I'll tell you, I saved me some of this Model Master chrome, silver chrome. It is the nicest, shiniest chrome you can find. This is nice.
Yes, it
But the
is.
only thing I like about Model Master paint, but this stuff is awesome. I used it to highlight the edges on the track.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I use that for doing jet exhaust, spraying it with spray the exhaust with the Tamiya flat black, and then dry brushing. Dry brush at that Model Master Chrome, and it just slowly appears the metal. It just it's just Scott, the same Onemo from our show. He showed that to me, that little technique, and it's my favorite. My favorite one.
All right, gents, I'm going to hop off and free up space for someone. My build is a standstill. My part that I was printing, the print did finish, but there was no build plate attached to the.
Hey.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Please stop using my signature move.
Yeah, so it's currently printing now, so I can't really do anything until that gets done.
Ouch.
Yep. So I'll talk to you all in a bit.
All right. Take care.
Okay,
we'll see you
Jackson.
soon, man.
Later, y'all.
Yeah, Jackson.
All right. Well, let's start. Malcolm kind of started us before the break with progress on his Nashorn. That's looking really good. Let's hit up JC. Show us how that Yog Tiger's looking.
Hang on one second. Let me grab it out of the paint booth.
All right. Let's see.
So the green is down, and the thing I'm learning is I need to do a better job with paint discipline, airbrush discipline, and working better. It's just better than what I've done in the past, but it's still not. That's still not 100 where I want it to be. Because you get these little build-up lines, and I don't know how to get rid of those. And the next step will be. Go ahead.
Oh no, just how are you enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's a blast. Are you kidding me? I just ran out to get something to eat with my wife, and I was telling her, I said, this is like the most fun you can have with your clothes on. This is just incredible. I mean, fantastic modelers to hang around with, good people, great community, and a great cause. I mean, it's fantastic.
Let's move on over, Rick. Let's see how your build's coming along.
It's going well. I'm trying to clean up my bench, moving on to the next section here. Just going to go snap some pictures to drop it into the mess. But we have a 3-color Sprue Tiger sitting there.
Nice.
Saw a few references I had, just kind of these larger blotches, kind of a, like I said, ambush type scheme on it. I kind of like my camouflage being sort of loose. Try to figure, if you got a little scale figure, guys, trying to paint this, what would it look like, rather than making something totally neat and tidy, like can only reach that far, oh no, and then pulls it back down or something like that. So there we go. So I'm about ready to, like I said, take a few pictures, put it into our common space, and then I'll get on with the weathering.
Very nice. All right. Zach, how's your build coming along? Yours is in many pieces, I know, but how's it looking?
So it looks exactly the same because this is the 6th one I'm doing. I have one more to get through this stage, and then we can repeat the process again. So this is essentially what the rest of my life will be like, probably.
All right. Doc, how's your build coming along?
It's It's a little like Zach's right now. I'm working on weathering the wheels, and there are 8 of them and a spare, so the 9 of them, so they're too many. But I don't know how well you can see any of this on the camera. But
Oh yeah, that looks good.
I mean, it's a little wheel. It looks better in real life.
Yeah.
There's like some dust on it, but yeah, I'm a little worried. I'm at the stage where I've done a bunch of pigments way earlier than I normally would do, and I want to throw a little flat coat on it. But you guys know what that does to pigments. So my pigments are so thick right now. Anyway, we're gonna experiment on a couple of the wheels and see how it works.
Ah, very cool. Asymmetry is your friend, man.
Yeah. Happy mistakes, happy accidents.
That's right. Darren, how's that deuce and a half looking?
Well, the deuce and a half has been kind of set aside for the
Oh boy
for a little bit.
So how many kits do we work on at a time, right?
We cannot confirm nor deny that the scale of that Mustang is 148.
That's 172nd. That's the Moosaroo Cup bill there, and I'm under the wire here, down to the wire. So, but I only have two more.
How's the R Mustang looking then? Show us the Mustang.
Yeah, that's what I was working on here. It's looking well. She's getting there. I got to take care of the clear parts, and I got a little cleaning up to do, but she'll make it. I got a couple antennas left on it, and she'll be done. I can pop over to the photo booth. I'll make it in by the midnight hour as I'm supposed to.
Good.
I don't want to be the next guy that doesn't make it.
Absolutely.
God, yeah, it'd be so embarrassing not to finish the Moosaroo Cup build. Not a loser would do that.
I don't know.
We have some new guests in. We have the one and only TJ Howler. How's your day been, TJ? And are you working on a 48 scale kit?
My day has been fine. And yes, I am. You all saw pictures of it, but it is Suyata's T90. There's the bottom half. It's done. I'm getting ready to start priming it. It's still in pieces, as I was explaining to our buddy Bruce. So should be pretty easy to paint. There's a very complicated turret. I've got a pretty sweet reference photo I found on Reddit. So yeah,
nice.
Hopefully get it painted, base painted tonight. Luckily it's all one color, so it's all green.
Yes.
Yeah, and then maybe weather it tomorrow. We'll see.
Awesome.
Looks great, TJ.
It's looking really good. All right.
How was the kid, TJ?
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. It's not bad. The detail on it's amazing. It's really fiddly. This reminds me why I don't build modern subjects. They're just covered with shit.
Yeah.
So, pardon my language, but my God, there's just the turret, especially, is just covered. I mean, there's almost as many pieces just on the turret as there is to build this whole lower hull. But it looks really cool. So, this also might just be my problem. I lost my instructions. I don't know where I put them. So I had them out for a show because I built the Tiger that came with it last year, and I've entered it in out of box at Nats. So I had the instructions in Omaha sometime last year, and I don't know where I put them when I got back home. So I had to go on ScaleMates. Luckily, someone uploaded the instructions. So the instructions were kind of hard to follow, but that also might have been my fault because I was working off a scanned copy. Just because some of the location areas are very vague. So you got to kind of look at it and like, oh yeah, I guess that's where that goes. The worst offender was the commander's cupola. There's just one part on there that I don't know if I got it in the right spot, but it's like the only place that I could get it to fit. And I haven't. It's hard to find good pictures of this tank. Most of the ones you see now are blown up. So,
How How did you like Suyata's Lincoln length tracks? I had a little bit of an issue with one side with my tracks.
The right side didn't fit as well as the left side.
Yeah, that's exactly what I found. Yep.
Wow.
I don't know why I made it work. You might be able to see the little gap, but I'm gonna pull the old Armor Modeler trick and just put a little extra mud there.
There you go.
And no one will know. But other than that, I mean, it wasn't bad. It's gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, all the detailing on like on the top deck here, like all those piping is all separate pieces. I mean, if this was like a Tamiya kit, that wouldn't even be in there. So it only broke one piece. The one grab handle on this one storage bin on the commander side. This like weird. It's like a weird U-shaped grab handle. You can kind of see.
Oh yeah.
I broke it. It's the only piece that I broke. I glued it back together, so we'll see. But
yeah, show them some of that piping for the fuel drums and.
Okay. Yeah, so like this, all this piping right here, that's all a piece. There's some smaller
That's actually
pieces.
pretty cool.
Oops, wrong side. There's some smaller pieces right there. Those little U-shaped pieces. I don't know what they are. They may be. Might be the handle for picking the front fender up. It's kind of what it looks like. I don't know if that's what it is. Yeah, the detailing on this kit's amazing.
I'm impressed because a lot of times you won't get to fuel lines for like T55s and stuff.
Right.
So I mean that's impressive in and of itself, especially at that scale.
Yeah, I've left the fuel tanks off. I just put the brackets on and hollowed off the connection point. The picture I have, you couldn't see the fuel tanks, so I'm assuming they weren't attached. Yeah, it's a neat little kit. And I also lost the wire that comes for the tow cable, and which normally isn't a problem. I don't like putting tow cables on my vehicles anyways. But on the back here, it's probably hard to see. There's two little divots, like right here on each side. You can kind of see them.
Oh yeah,
and that's for the tow hook mount for the eye, and of course it's molded into one piece. So mine is not going to have that, and that will also be covered with a little bit of mud. So, but yeah, not a bad kit. I'd recommend it. The little gas tiger that came with it was awesome too.
Yeah, that was your build last year, right?
Yeah,
it was really, really awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It was pretty nice.
Yep.
Gentlemen, I'm going to hop off, clean some brushes, eat some food, and uncross my eyeballs.
All right, Zach, we'll see you in a while.
See you later, Zach.
All right, we also have Mr. Smith, Doug Smith. How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I was feeling really good. An hour ago, I declared this project done, but I broke a cardinal law of Bandai plastic, and I got some solvent in one of the joints, and now it doesn't want to stand up anymore.
Oh no!
So I am currently letting it sit with a lot of glue on that joint, hoping that it sets up, and it won't be posable. It'll stay where I put it.
Yeah,
and that's okay.
What's you took a little bit unusual approach on the paint. Show us what you got there if you can.
I can't move it. Well,
okay.
Here. I'll move
camera? Yeah, there you
see
go.
This. Where are we? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Nice.
yeah, I posted a couple pictures to the Model Officers Mess page, and you can see it there. Just screwed up here, I guess.
Yeah, those Bandai kits, that definitely does happen for sure. All right, Doc, it looks like you're ready to bust out the airbrush again. Let's see what your build's looking like. Oh, Sotar, there we go.
Yeah, we're working on some clear coating so we can get some weathering locking where we are. So forgive the noise in the background. We got fans and compressors.
All right.
But yeah, cross your fingers.
All right. Let's see, Malcolm. Looks like you're working on a figure over there.
Yeah, I am. I've got my super big eye specs on, so I can't actually see the screen whether it's in focus or not, but I can see it really well. Yeah, I've just started, so I'm going to be putting down very thin colors to start with. Just got the field gray for the inside of the hood, and I was working on the collar, and then I've got to do all the leather parts, the boots and the belt, and that's it. Really, I'm not quite sure how to approach it, to be honest. With white, it's something I've never really painted before. Certainly not at this scale. The fact that I've sprayed in white already kind of is going to help, but I want to give him some sort of shade and detail. So I think I'll do that with the face. I think the face will be the thing I've got to get right. Which again, I just use these really thin speed paints that I love. So yeah, it's going okay. It's good fun.
Nice. Well, we had Cameron Corliss is joining us. How you doing, Cameron? And Damien said his Scalemates profile is telling him that he has 39 started kits. And said probably 10 of those he picked up as started kits with minor work already done. But he still feels like his Scalemates account judges him. So definitely good. Well, Darren has stepped away, but we are about 15 minutes away from a flash auction. We have a couple of really awesome AK books again for our flash auction tonight. And so everybody out there that's watching us, get ready for that. You're going to have a chance to pick up a really, really nice book or two, and also do some good while you're doing it. So something to look forward to. Again, give us a like if you're watching us on YouTube and Facebook, and please take a moment if you can and use the link that's rolling through the bottom of the screen, and give what you can, even if it's just a little bit. Anything you can do to help Malcolm and Models for Heroes. It's such a great cause, as you've been seeing through this stream as we've gone through and showed some of those videos. So I think we're going to run a beneficiary video right now. And then, like I said, in 15 minutes, we will have the flash auctions. So anyway, here is one of those videos.
Hi, I'm Eddie. I started making models in January 2019 with Models for Heroes. During lockdown, they've been a lifesaver by making online modelling workshops, help on Zoom, and entertainment on YouTube. That helped me stay sane. Now, back to the studio. I've always wanted to say that.
All right. Well, appreciate that message. Obviously, that's what this is all about. That's just one example of the people that Models for Heroes has helped. It's just such a great cause. These people have really sacrificed, whether it's being in the military or being a first responder. and put themselves in harm's way for the benefit of the rest of us. And the fact that we can take our hobby that we love and we can do some good with it is just tremendous. So please, if you can, give. Hopefully we'll get an update at some point of where we're at. I think so far James seems pretty pleased with everything, but if you can donate, that would be much appreciated, and it will really make a difference. So anyway.
Yep, absolutely. That last beneficiary was Eddie, and he's been with us for quite a while now, and yeah, he's a fantastic modeler, absolutely brilliant, and really gets a kick out of going to the sessions, face-to-face sessions, and the model shows that we do. That's the other thing that I always fail to mention, is that we go to as many model shows around the United Kingdom that we can get to if we have a volunteer there. We'll display projects that have been made by beneficiaries on the table. So the tables aren't about look at this lovely tank I've done. It's look at this the person that's made me become. Everything's built for a reason rather than for what it is, and it makes it quite unique. And I think our beneficiaries really enjoy using that space to show off what they've been up to, and they're stakeholders in the cause, and so they love talking to the public as well about what we do and how they've come on, and that kind of stuff. It's good.
Malcolm, how long have you has Models for Heroes been organized? When did you start originally?
2017. It was I think July we became a actual organization with governance and sensible people running it. Otherwise it was just me kind of floundering around and doing all I can, but with the amount of kits and, as you've seen, the amount of money that we raise, we have to have some sort of governance and some legitimacy and transparency and all that kind of thing. So we became an actual organization in 2017. But just before that, I'd been volunteering at another charity called Help for Heroes, who do a lot of work in the UK with veterans, all sorts of different activities, and model making was one of the ones that I suggested they tried. And they didn't have a program for it. They didn't have a program for model making. They had a program for book making. So I went down there and started up, and that's pretty much where Model Spheres came from. Just little tiny beginnings, and now look at this.
This is maybe putting you on the spot a little bit, but any idea how many people that you're able to help, either all told or kind of on a year by year basis, or does it just depend?
It all depends. There are an average of 8, average of 6 beneficiaries at each modeling session. There's 40 sessions. There are organizations that we support, but I don't know how many beneficiaries they have. But quite often we'll put pictures up on the Modelers Mess, our private group, and it'll show the packed rooms full of people modeling. I think in the last 6 months, if I can remember rightly, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's 100 boxes of models sent out. That's big microwave size boxes. The box that a microwave would come in, full of models, which is like 20 models or so each, plus the paints and tools and supplies and everything else. So you're talking thousands of pounds of tools. But I know that we also measure the amount of hours that we provide as a voluntary and meaningful activity, and it's running into the 3,000 now this year, and that's just with the online sessions that we do. We do online sessions almost every day, and it's as busy as this group is here, for a couple of hours. So you think about all those souls that are getting a bit of community, a bit of light-hearted banter, a bit of ribbing and a bit of guidance on their hobby, and it's all positive and well done, keep going. Guidance. It's excellent. So yeah, lots. I think it was. I think we worked out that it's £22 now. So for every £22, we can send a box out with a basic set of clippers and tweezers and a small set of sanders just to get you going. So yeah, for every £22, we can help another veteran. But there's also I don't know if you know, but all the thousands of other things that you have to pay for as a charitable organisation. You have to buy stamps and insurance, and that's going up. Our insurance was like £800, something ridiculous this year because of the amount of we have got premises now, we've got containers, we've got director's indemnity, all the fun things that you have to have as an organisation. But it's not so much the money, Scott. It's not so much the kits. It's the getting the cause out, getting the word out to people.
Yeah,
doing things like this. It's going to reach thousands and thousands of people over the 2 days. And they might have a conversation with a beneficiary or a potential beneficiary and say, "Oh, that's a pretty good idea. How'd you get hold of them?" And it could snowball from there. So that's really important to get the word out and the cause out, and just talking about it, because nothing's good. Nothing's as good as word of mouth, is it? If someone tells you to do something, you're going to do it, rather than just reading it off a book or a Facebook post or something. So, yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. It's just it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, what you guys have done, and that's really tremendous. I mean, whether it's in a local club or a community center or at Telford, being there, displaying your booth there and helping people any way you can. It's just tremendous. And
we're lucky. I've got lots of very good people around me doing all the very good stuff. So we wouldn't be able to do it all if we didn't have volunteers who believe in the same thing as we do and want to dedicate a couple of hours of their week to doing this. So it's really down to the people who are supporting to make it.
Yeah.
I can't do it all by myself, and it's all down to the superstars that we luckily have in our teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we want to welcome back Andrew Frill and Andrew White. Whitey Frildo, welcome back to the stream.
Hey, thanks everybody.
Yeah, I had to go eat dinner.
Yeah, we was out doing some running around today. Had to go get the daughter a prom dress.
Oh, fun. Yeah. All right. Well, Darren, I think the time is drawing near. I think it might be flash auction time.
I think you're right. Let's see here. We got 2 things tonight.
2 things. Yep.
And I just want to kind of let the viewers know how this works. We're going to put the auction up. I think we'll just do them one at a time, eh? So we'll do the first one and put it up there for 5 minutes. The bidding will start in the comments section. And you got 5 minutes to try and win it. So at the end of that, what we'll do is the highest bidder will go ahead and get in touch with me on the side through Facebook. More likely is the easiest way to do it. And I can give you the information and everything needed to pay for that and to claim your prize. Also note that there is a packaging and postal charge and it will show in the auction. So your winning bid will be your bid plus whatever that postage and handling is that you'll see on the auction. So
yeah,
those are the ground rules. Scott, you want to do the honors?
Yeah, let's do this. Just a couple things. People on the stream can bid. Just go ahead and enter the bid into the chat like we've talked about. And, we had a great one last night with JC winning himself a really awesome book. Remember, not only are these books fantastic, but this is for a really, really good cause as well. So try and keep that in mind.
One other thing.
Go ahead.
One other thing I just wanted to touch on. I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is limited to is this to U.S. bidders only, right? So
yeah, U.S. bidders only.
That's right.
Yep. Well, and just like last night, we want to thank Rick Lawler and also AK for the donations of these books.
Yep.
And without further ado, here we go. Flash auction number 1.
Spoils of War.
We have Spoils. Yep. Spoils of War title. Armor builders especially, but bidding is open. Darren, you want to handle the timing on this one?
Yep, I've got it rolling now.
Awesome.
And 5 minutes is rolling. So let me get the comments up here so we can see who's coming in. And bidding, remember, opening bid, whoever's won it, start it. Now, are we eligible as well? That's on the.
Yes, we can bid as well. Yep.
Very good. That was me. Okay, that's Darren. Damn it, man! I have to come in through the other thing. So everybody knows that model officer is me. All right, now so scale model Doc's now got it. $26. I'm off the hook. Let me go in here and do it the right way.
All right. Thank you, Doc. He's got 26. We've got 27.
27. JC.
Highlight the latest. If you highlight the latest one, then everyone can see what the highest bid is.
Oh yeah, there we go. Great idea. There we go. 27. Look at the scale model Doc's coming in and saying, "Not again." So high bid. We're
come on.
30 in. A minute 30 in.
Bid me up. Come on.
Oh, there's Scott. Scott's in at 30.
Just because we love you, JC.
We had 2. So Scott had 30 in first there. So
these are beautiful.
It's going to be 31.
Oh, Doc. Yeah. It looks like a good one, man. That T55 on the cover looks pretty cool.
We're now hitting the 2-minute mark.
All right. Remember, guys, again, not only are you going to get a fantastic book, this is for a great cause.
So, Doc, that would be yeah. Oh, TJ's in at 31, so it's a moot point.
All right.
$31. That's a steal.
That is a great deal.
Well, I don't know if you guys have been watching the other streams. I'm sure you have, but they're getting big cash and big views on the European side. So come on, US, let's go.
That's right.
Let's show them what we can do. We're at 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, step up. Let's go.
$31. I would make a horrible auctioneer. I can't do that. 35. There's 35.
Oh, Doc got me.
Beat you, Scott. Yeah, Scott, how much did I owe you to get invited on the live stream? Remind me. What was the ticket price?
So 35. How much time do we have, Darren?
35. We're at 3 minutes and 25 seconds. So we're just over a minute and a half left in the auction. Yep. So there's a minute and a half. We're at 3:30. Come on, folks. Dig deep. $340. Scott's up $40.
Oh, Scott.
Scott wants it. Spoils of War from the Gulf War. Man, that is a good book. Do I dare?
Looks like a great reference. Come on
It
out
is a
there.
nice book.
Got to have some armor builders out there that, oh, man.
We got, we're at 420.
Okay, 40 seconds. I think the snipers are heating up their keyboards right now.
I hope so, man. Let's go.
Don't remember this.
I'll take it for 50.
I see JC over there.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. This is for a great cause, you guys. Get a great book and feel really good about doing it, too.
Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold.
All right.
Sold to the aircraft modeler.
To Mr. Darren Cook.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm looking forward to that one. Gulf War, Spoils of War.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've got another one here. You guys ready to do another one?
You want to do it now? You want to wait a little bit?
What do you think, Malcolm? What does the boss say? Should we wait or should we do another one now?
I think you should do it. I think people are oiled up, geared up, ready to roll.
All right.
Let's go.
Here we go. Little drum roll here.
What is it? Wow.
All right. This is a discontinued IDF Tanker Special, Volume 1.
Oh, now.
Discontinued. And the clock is rolling. Yeah.
Books.
The model guy, look, he's over Make It Rain. You make it rain. Come on. Throw some cash out there. Yeah, Scott was on that one quick.
Yeah, this
That's
holds
a good one.
little bit of interest for me, for sure.
Yeah.
What do you think, Doc, JC? This looks like a pretty good book here.
I got it. It's a great book.
All right, Crazy Loca. Thank you very much. $30. Oh, Doc's in for 40. Nice. Oh,
Yeah, if you've got any interest in IDF, this is a great book.
Yeah, this is a wonderful book, and Christoph and those guys did a wonderful job putting this together. So this is a real keepsake.
all right.
Okay,
we're
just past 1 minute.
45. Yep. 45 from Crazy Loca.
Amazing.
Again, this
Generous,
is
too. Awesome.
This is discontinued.
Minute and a half in. 45. Highest bid. Nope. Scott's in at 48. And that's a steal.
This looks like a great book. Oh, look at
Crazy
that.
Loca's
Crazy
55.
Loca.
Wants it.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Way to go. Really appreciate that. All right, JC. You look like you're pretty calm over there, man. You still on a high from your win, yes.
We're at 2 minutes. Who out there's got 60? See 60.
Again,
It's 60. At 60, the reserve comes off.
Yep, that's right. Again, we got a discontinued IDF Tanker Special, Volume 1.
Two and a half minutes in. Two and a half.
All right, where's our armor builders out there? Come on, guys. Let's get this thing up.
That's a bargain. Yeah.
That is a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes. 2 left. Timer's starting to go down. Scott's at 58. Oh, hell, reserve's off now. We'll go and throw it off.
63.
All right. Look at that.
Now we're going.
That's right.
Now we're going. Minute and a half left.
Minute and a half, guys. Let's get this thing. Let's get this thing up there.
Hey, where's Joe Porsche, for God's sake?
Again, we want to thank AK for these donations. This looks like a great book.
Yeah.
Scott, you got the chance to look through the book, didn't you?
I haven't yet. I wanted to, but yeah. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, if I recall, there's some wonderful references in the beginning. So you see a bunch of real armor, and then you see the model builds after on.
All right, Doc and Crazy are outbidding each other again. We're up to $68. Let's try and get
now. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds. All right, let's see who cracks here.
$40 seconds left.
All right, snipers ready.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Oh, last minute. Here we go.
Oh, look at that.
2, 1. Time.
Oh,
he got me. He got me.
Sniped.
He got you $75 to Crazy Loca.
Oh, man. Way to go, guys. That's awesome. Awesome. So, Darren, once again, they need to get in contact with you.
Yeah, you can reach. Just shoot me an email at contact@modelgeekspodcast.com, and I'll hit you back. Just shoot me your information, and we'll get in touch that way. I think that's the easiest way to do it.
Well, thanks to Darren and to Crazy Loca. We really appreciate it, you guys. Well done. Well done.
So,
all right, let's do a coffee break and stretch. That sound okay with you guys?
That sounds great.
All right, let's do let's see. Where are we on? Let's hear from Mr. Well, that's not a coffee break. Here we go.
Hi everyone, Nigel here with you, Nigel's Modelling Bench, as you can see. I hope you're enjoying your 48-hour build, and I hope it's all going really well for you. James and the boys have asked me to put together a little 5-minute video just to put in now and again to break things up a bit, so you can sort of have a break and not get stressed and just stay cool. So I've decided to show you how to turn this piece of plastic card, this is just a piece of white plastic card, I'm going to turn this into some planked wood, and hope you enjoy it. So I'll try and get it done. I'm going to be stopping the camera a lot, so I hope you enjoy it. So first of all, what we need We need some brown paint. I'm going to use Dark Yellow 2 LP55. LP55 is a good tough paint. Reeves oil colour, burnt umber oil paint. You don't need anything fancy, just this. This is probably older than most of you. It's like 30 odd years old, this, so you can use that. Piece of cardboard to put your oil paint on. The item that you're going to be wood graining, either it be a piece of plastic card or a truck kit, a kit truck bed or whatever, some sort of scriber, some sort of saw, and we're away. So the first thing I'm going to do is get some oil colour onto this piece of cardboard and then let that sort of dry out. And the reason we put it on cardboard is what will happen is that oil paint is full of oil. You can see it's very runny, and the oil will soak away into that cardboard, and then we're ready to use it. So I'm going to stop there and let that dry. Right, so as you can see here, I've got my piece of plastic card and I've marked it out with some lines on here that are difficult to see in the camera. I've marked it out with some lines so I can make some planks, and I'm just going to use my good old Tamiya scriber, and I'm going to come along here. This doesn't need to be perfect. 1, 2, this is only a thin piece of plastic card, so I can't go too deep. But if you have got some thick plastic, you can go nice and deep. And all I'm going to do is scribe some lines in there. And there we go. Now if you want to now, you can come along with your scriber, go along, pull all sorts of different angles just to add a bit of tattiness to the line, just like you would do on your latest Pride and Joy. It doesn't matter if you come out the track, remember it's wood planking. It doesn't need to be perfect. What we're trying to do is break the line up, make things a bit uneven, and there we go. So now we have our wooden planked area there. And what we're going to do now is take a saw. This is just an ordinary cheap old saw, and I'm going to basically just go like this and just scratch the surface. And you notice I'm not just going straight, I'm going like this basically. It's just going to scratch the surface up and make wood grain on the surface, just like that. So I don't know if you can see that on the camera. I very much doubt you can see it, but basically what we've done is scratch the surface up and made some wood grain. Alright, so there we go, and we've got this nice wood grainy finish on that you can just see in the light. You've got a bit of a rough finish. I suggest just sanding off most of the rough finish, but not all of it. If you're looking for a fairly rough, like wooden palette sort of look, then I would leave it a little bit rough. You'll see what I mean when we paint it. So what we can do now is come along and paint it. I'm going to paint it with the LP55. You could use any light brown paint you like, as long as it's not an enamel. Okay, so 2 or 3 hours later, you can see there the oil is all soaked out of the paint into the cardboard. If you leave it too long, it almost becomes unusable. It sort of dries out too much. So 2 or 3 hours is enough. So I've got a nice wide brush here, and all I'm going to do with this oil paint is literally paint it onto here like so. And as you can see, it is swallowing it up. Because of all the grain and everything, it's soaking the paint up. As I say, if you leave it too long, it becomes even harder. So I'm just putting this burnt umber oil paint on here. And there's something I forgot. I've just realised I forgot in my what you need is also some odorless thinners, which I will show you now. Alright, I've got a tiny drop of, this is odorless thinners. You could use enamel thinners, whatever. If you want to see all this in more detail, guys, if you go and watch my builds, I often use this technique on there. But, basically, get some odorless thinners or any enamel thinners or anything. We can just go over and just brush this on. You can see I've got this piece of plastic glued to a piece of card, just to make it easier for me to hold so that you can see what I'm doing. And basically, all I'm doing is brushing this oil paint around with the thinners, just spreading it about. Now, you may be thinking, why didn't you just use the paint out of the bottle, out of the tube when it was thinner with all the oil? The difference is, this is thinners. I'm thinning it with thinners. I'm not using it as a thin oil paint. It'll take forever to dry. That's the problem. It's designed to go into canvas and stuff. It's not designed for sitting on a hard surface like this. So now what we can do is leave that for another hour or so, and then we can come back and play with it.
All right. Guess we better take that down, huh?
Oh, that's me. Wow, it's we got a different layout here. Oh, there we go. That's why. Nope, that's not the one I wanted either. This is. There we go. Took me a second. Oh, did you want that layout there, Scott?
No, I'm not even sure how that happened.
Hello, John. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself? Can you hear me?
Good. Yep, we got you. Looks like you're out and about.
Am I muted? I'm not sure. These earbuds should be working. Give me a moment.
Let's see here.
Hello, is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, g'day. Yes, I'm out and about. This is a roving reporter coming to you live from sunny New South Wales. Yeah, what I wanted to show you is obviously where I am is a place called Fighter World, which is a museum outside our local RAF base, and I'm one of the volunteers here. I've only been doing it for a year or so. But what I wanted to show you is you're all interested in all aspects of the hobby. Now, the kit I'm building this weekend, and I'll flip the camera around, I think. I don't know if I can. No, I can't. So I'll just turn it around. So the kit I'm building is that one. I don't know if that's in the screen.
Yeah, dude. You're good.
Okay, so all these, what we have here, these are all the Schneider Cup trophy contestants from about 100 years ago and all that sort of stuff. And we have a whole heap of aircraft models here. Again, I'm not sure if you could see them all or whatever. I'm probably shaking a bit. And they're all pretty remarkable. But what's most remarkable about them is every one of them is handcrafted out of wood.
Oh, wow. Wow.
They're just phenomenal. And if you have a look at them, they're faultless. Like, they're just incredible. So he's done, I think it's a clear resin that he's made the canopies for, but they're absolutely scale perfect as far as I can tell. So I think that's remarkable. I wanted to just come down here and show you that for one thing. The second one, and I won't take up too much time, is I'll turn this around again. I'm donating a kit for the Australian raffle, which is this one, the RWF F-18. It's what we call the Warramai Hornet. And the Warramai are the local Aboriginal people who land the base here. So that's the significance of that one there. But what we are quite proud of in this museum is we've got the actual physical aircraft here. So
there it is.
Wow. I'm one of the only, in fact, I am the only volunteer here that has Hornet experience. So I'm able to show people around, and they've got a couple of the panels open so people can see that they're not just sort of empty sort of aircraft and stuff. But it's a remarkable place. We've only got about 10 jets or so, but it's really good. Each one's got a connection to the base here. And what's cool about this one, I'll give you a bit of history. It's the name on it is Len Waters. He's, as far as we know, the only Australian Aboriginal pilot in World War II. So he didn't fly this one, of course.
Yeah.
But, all of our Hornets, as you'd understand, like we're in the same sort of wars as America and Britain in the last, say, 15, 20 years. And this one flew missions over Iraq and put all the bombs on it and there and all that sort of stuff. But it's a beautiful plane. And I love the colours on it. So, I just wanted to show you that because I can.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Wow. Really appreciate you sharing that. That's
and I've got
good stuff.
If you got another minute, I'll show you just a couple more things as I walk around.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, yeah, scale models play a real good part in all what we do here. Apart from us enjoying it as a hobby, we've got people that aren't necessarily interested in aviation that come through and have a look at these places. But by having cabinets full of model kits, people, I mean, as you know, I don't need to explain this to you guys, but people have always built scale models of whatever it is that they're about to build, whether it be a ship or a building or a skyscraper, or anything at all. So people can understand what it's like and get the idea of it. So what we have here is generally American Navy, World War II, Korea on this shelf, and that and that one there. So Panther, Gary's stuff would enjoy that one. Vietnam down there, and across here we've got a range of our Mirage aircraft. So one from each unit that we operated here, and further down, a Mirage next to a couple of classic Hornets and an F-35.
Oh.
So, we can just show people around how they are. Obviously, nobody here can get close to the F-35s. They're at the back of the base there. But by having this here, I can show people, the differences and why there's lumps and bumps, and in fact, no lumps and bumps and all that stuff. So, obviously, we have an F-111 as well. There's one squadron one. Walking outside into the other hangar. Not as colourful, this one, but we've got some. So we've got Pilatus PC9, a Mackie 326, and a CT4. That's Australian trainers. We've got somebody up the road from us was bored one day and built a couple of mock-ups of Spitfires. So we don't have the genuine article, but he's built them out of fiberglass. This is a Vampire. Happens to be the first jet aircraft built in Australia. So we're quite proud to have that one as well. What have we got? The nose of a bow fighter. There we are. A Meteor from the Korean War. A77. All the Australian aircraft, have A for Australia. 77 is the serial which number aircraft is accepted. We started with aircraft type 1, and we're now up to the third lot of hundreds. We're up to about, I think it's about 57 or so now. But the third lot of hundreds going around. So this one is the second series. So this is we're missing a canopy, but this is a genuine Korean War Meteor. And an Australian Sabre. So what we needed was when Australia, when we entered the Korean War, our squadron 77, the one I was in about 4 months ago, happened to be the last Australian unit serving overseas in World War II as part of the British Overseas Expeditionary Force in Japan. And they were about to come home. In fact, they're having their last dining in night, and they're about to return to Australia after the Second World War and all that stuff. And they got the call that China had invaded Korea and all that sort of stuff. So they jumped across to part of the Korean War initially with Mustangs. Needed something else quickly. Couldn't get Sabres because America said, well, it'll take about 3 years because everyone we're building is for us. We're in the same war as you guys. So the British government said, well, we've got these Meteors that we don't need anymore. They're surplus. You can have them for dirt cheap. So we took them up. And that was our introduction to jets. Wow. And our last, it was just over 50 years ago. It was the last Australian air-to-air victory. So it was a Korean War Meteor. So again, quite proud to have these.
Yeah, that's great.
But there we are.
We had a couple of the comments coming in here. Grant over on YouTube has said, "What a great museum! Thanks for the great tour." And
it's literally down the road from me. I thought I could. I was sitting there on my bench, and what happened is I'm starting to get sore. I have a spinal condition, and I can't sit for too long. So I thought I need to get up and walk around. So I thought, what the hell? I'll come down here and walk around and show you guys what sort of stuff is going on here, and why. Like donating the Warramite Hornet to us, it's a new kit that's just come out. That's why I'm quite proud of it, because it's my baby. You know, I occasionally still get on top of it and wipe it down and stuff.
David Dillon just posted up here. He says, thanks for the peek at the museum. He says he remembers seeing scale models at the Rand Fleet Air Arm Museum as a kid. It really sparked his interest in the hobby. So,
yeah. Well, again, I've only just started volunteering here. It's for me, it's the way to still be around aviation. With my back, I can't work on planes anymore. It's so difficult getting around into wheel wells and lubing up struts, that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah.
But just showing people around these aircraft is a bit of fun. So we got a Mirage. Yeah, there's a Mirage 3.0. So this one's painted up in the original delivery scheme from the 60s. So the first two were delivered on Hercules aircraft to us. All the other ones were built in Australia, down in Melbourne at Avalon, where we have an international air show every couple of years. And the same with our Hornets. The first two flew across with air-to-air refueling with our pilots, and all the other Hornets for us were built in Melbourne, government aircraft factory.
Mm-hmm.
F-35s are different. Obviously, we can't build them here. We are building certain parts of it, but I think Australia builds the vertical stabs for them. And,
that's part of that co-op.
That's right.
Program. Yeah.
But there we are, and they've also got a range of model kits here.
Oh, I see.
So we try to go for
our museums here don't do that. They don't have model kits for sale. I wish they would.
Yeah, and I get a staff discount too, so that's pretty cool.
There you go.
I generally don't use it, but yeah, there we go. So that was a quick, in the field reporter.
Nice treat.
Thank you, John.
Hey Siri, what's the temperature today?
Thanks a lot for that, John. I really appreciate it.
I don't know if that's going to work.
Good.
Anyway. So there we go. I won't take up any more of your time.
The high for today will be 27 degrees.
There we
and
go.
The low will be 21.
So the low will be 21. It's 27 degrees currently. So, and that's a live report from the field in the Newcastle, Australia.
All right. Thanks, John. I really appreciate it. Yep.
Nice job.
Later on, over.
All right. Well, that was nice. Let me I don't think we've done this for a while, so let's roll through the old screens here and see. Oh, somebody's trying to join in. Let me see. That's JB is coming in. Hello, JB. Good to see you. Look like Darth Maul there.
Hello.
We'll roll through the crew here and see how everybody's doing. We'll start with you there, Mr. Lawler. How are you? How's it going?
It's going good. Let's see. So started off on weathering now, just barely. So I put a question to our chat back in our green room and said whether to do oils or pencils. And I got a lot of oils and I got some yeses and whatever. But I think in terms of trying to get this out as quickly as possible, I'm going to start with the pencils, lay down my foundation, and then come back with the oils afterwards.
There you go.
So just getting started.
To the weathering process. That's going to be all the rest of it. That's keep you busy for sure.
Yeah, but we have a whole day now to do this part of it, so that's going to be good. So
yeah,
feeling pretty good right now.
Great. All right, let's move over to JC. How's your kit coming? Let me see. You're muted, JC. Here, let me see. Yep, I can't unmute you.
Here we are.
There you go.
I've got the tritonal at least laid down. I'll have to go back and fix some spots probably, and I have to do the wheels. But yeah, it's coming along good.
It's looking
great. Really nice. Yeah, it looks really nice.
I'll tell you, it's forcing me to improve my airbrushing skills, which is great, because up till now I've been doing like single color, tanks and armor, and it doesn't take a whole lot to airbrush that stuff.
Yeah. I will say that freehanding aircraft camouflage with the airbrush is my Achilles heel, and the last couple of builds I've done were camoed, and so it's the same. It's forced me to kind of reach outside my comfort zone and learn something new.
On this one, I was roughly following the pattern that was listed in the kit, that showed in the kit. It wasn't in full color, so I had to be careful. So that helped out quite a bit. And I also have a custom micron, which helps out a whole lot.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
But yeah,
well, it's looking great.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good. All right, let's see. Malcolm, you're doing some tiny stuff.
Yeah, I am. He's not very big. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I can. It's looking really good.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's something else I just haven't taken the leap on yet as a figure.
Well, we're really lucky at M4H. We have a very good figure painter who does a really good figure painting class on a Thursday night and teaches us how to add color and things like that where there normally isn't. So things like weathering the bottom of the trousers to give the impression that there's been mud walked in, giving the shoes a sort of a semi-gloss, adding seam lines on jackets that aren't actually on the kit itself, gives an impression of there's more detail than there really is. It's very, very thin coats basically. So the field grey on his gloves, that's just one coat so far, and there'll be more. I've only just put one coat of flesh on. As you can see it there. You can see how thin it is, but that's the coat I put on. And it's almost like you make it thin, and then you take the Mickey kind of thin, take the piss kind of thin, and that's how thin you want to do it. It's good fun. You get yourself a good pair of specs, nice light, and off you go.
Get after it. All right, it's looking good. Thanks for the update.
Thank you.
We'll roll over here to TJ. How's that tank coming? Oh, look, he's got the brush in his hand. No respirator on. Taking fumes like a real man.
That's right. Getting her primed up. I got the turret all primed. Sitting on my octopus jig here. Just got to do this top part and put a color on it. I don't have a very wide selection of modern colors, but I have Russian gray green, which I think is pretty close to what it is. Don't know. Right now it's probably a rusted out Hulk somewhere in Ukraine, so who knows? But I think this is pretty close. I think I'm going to go with this nice pale green. I like it. My goal is to get this on before I call it a night. So we'll see how that turns out.
It looks like you're well on your way.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Yeah. All right, going over there and start sucking some more fumes. Frildo's sucking fumes. I'll come back to you. Oh man, that would look. Whitey, over to you, my friend. How are you? Your sprue glue dried yet?
No, not. I tried sanding on it a bit, and I'm just getting them, little rolly balls of glue and plastic that I don't want to see. So I'll probably have to wait again tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I'm cleaning up the nacelles, getting them all set, and I'll get those attached here to the wing here shortly. And then I have landing gear to work on, so I can finish out the night doing that, and then in the morning sand some more.
It's looking like where those seams are is fairly flat on the bottom there, where those seams are on the bottom.
Yeah, it is. It's a pretty easy area to work in. I'm going to destroy some panel lines, if that's okay. I'll put them back describe them back in. Yeah, not a bad little kit. I think
What's the manufacturer?
The Fine Molds.
Fine Molds, yeah. Okay.
Which, you know, their kits are nice. Some of the earlier ones, and this is one of the earlier ones, I believe. Some of them have some fit issues, and the nacelle certainly does. Like the front and the rear sections of the nacelles, or you can see there some seams that'll need to get cleaned up for sure.
Yeah.
But you know, nothing crazy.
There you go. So let's see. Take out your little bag of modeling techniques and start sanding. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the update. So the other two here, old JB and JB, are you in a position where you can update us? We just seen you come in for the first time, so.
I can give an update. So I have base coated the Nash horn. I'm going to attach the gun, and then we'll be adding a tri-tunnel scheme here soon.
Very cool.
That's when the magic happens.
Yeah, it gets the people going. I'm recovering from a great dinner, and I'm ready to rock and roll.
It's good to see you. Glad you're here. Scott's back from dinner. You got an update on your build there?
Still the same. Unfortunately,
Still
you've
the
been
same.
a little bit
It's been
busy,
busy.
but yeah. Maybe sometime between now and midnight we'll get the primer out. So
Yeah. Well, I appreciate all that you've done here the last couple of hours. I know it's
No
absolutely
problem.
helped me try and get my Moose Roo Cup build over the line. I still have a little bit more to do.
I got to send my pictures, Darren, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, well, I got to take my pictures, JB. So
Same. I got to take mine as well. So you're not alone.
I mean, you're a lot faster at that stuff than I am. So well, let's see here. Frildo's up and out from underneath his breathing apparatus. What are you working on, and where are you at?
What's crack-a-lacking?
What's crack-a-lacking? That's right. I think you're muted. Yep, you're muted.
How embarrassing.
I can't unmute you. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I've been crack-a-lacking on the 8-rad, and I just shot the primer on it. I went ahead and used Mr. Surfacer Mahogany.
Solid.
I probably screwed it up, so when I go to put the gray on, it's probably not going to look right or whatever, but I didn't want to interrupt earlier and ask, like, hey, should I prime it in black or that mahogany?
Yeah.
Oh, I had it. And then I'm going to shoot it with RLM tank gray. I guess that's close enough to, because I'm out of Tamiya XF63, so that's pretty close to. I'll probably use the MRP as my base and do the highlights with whatever's left in there. And just painted the wheels, and I'll get the circle template out and get ready to start painting the wheel hubs.
There you go. Yeah, that's so that's kind of where I was at over here. Let me see. Did my desk cam die yet? Yep, it's dead. So let me those batteries go quick. Like I said, I'm still like you, Scott. You know, I'd started priming before. Well, let me see if I can set it all together. But anyhow, I'm all primed. I'm all in primer as well. So
there you go. Nice.
I pulled it apart in sections. I got this backwards. Make it a little bit easier to paint and do what I need to do there, especially when it comes to the cab. Wanted to make sure I could get everything. But this is just a cool little kit, man. It's
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It's that's the real deal.
Yeah. So the next I got to get out the Mr. Surfacer Black, get in there, get myself some pre-shade shadows and stuff going on in there, and I can start laying down the color. Again, I still haven't decided what color I'm going to do. So in the meantime, wheels. Not as many wheels as you guys with your tanks, but wheels nonetheless. So got a lot of the fiddlies on the old Moosaroo Cup.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So she's getting there. I have just a couple more things, some clear parts to put on, and then I can get her over into the photo booth and get her ready to ship off their photos tonight to the head Moosaroo Wrangler up north. So, I just noticed my exhaust doors fell, so I got to re-glue that. Not a big deal. Yeah, so that's where I'm at.
That's looking
a lot of good
good.
work going on. Thanks, man. A lot of good work going on out there.
How's your figure, Malcolm?
Yeah, he's still coming along.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, still coming along. I was just saying to the guys that we're doing a figure painting class with one of our volunteers on a Thursday night over Zoom with Models for Heroes, and I get to sit in there and listen and absorb all the information. And one of the things he was saying that you can really help improve the look of your figures is just by adding seams that don't exist. So along here, there's just added a seam across the cuffs, and then down here, look, there's a seam which doesn't exist. The pockets do, so I've just kind of darkened underneath the pockets and across here, and then all the way around the hem of the jacket as well. That gives it a kind of a bit more realism. And yeah, and then just like looking at the belt and things like that, I'm gonna have to pick that out a bit as well. I also needed to work out how I'm gonna do those lenses, and I might use what the Wargamers use and had to have a lighter side at the bottom, and then just little tiny little couple of pinpricks of light at the top, just to give it an impression that it has light. And then the face, I've already, as I was saying just now, the face I've only put one layer of flesh color on, and you can see the one there, that in the middle of the screen, is the thin coat that I put on. So it's already dried up. So I'm going to build those up, and then add a very, very, very thin wash to bring out the details, and then a very grey line around his 5 o'clock shadow. So gives him a bit more, even more
basically
realism.
building that up like a glaze, using that as a glaze. Then,
Yeah, because it's so small that you have to make the paint, ridiculously thin, so that you don't get any brush marks, so you don't end up, just building up issues. So it's all about the thin layers. So that's 3 layers of paint on his gloves, just thin washes. Same with his binoculars, and I've done it so that the wash, it's designed for wargamers. The paint that I use, but it pulls really nicely, and stretches out across the lighter surfaces. So even though it's black, that's not shine. That's just like the color of it. So even though it's black, it still looks lighter on the raised parts. Same on his boots as well, done the same, and they come out really well. That's just a couple of coats of the wash. The other thing as well is weathering, and it's just giving him a better brown around the shoes, to give him the impression that he's walked in snow and God knows what else. And yeah, that's where I am.
Very good.
Well, I want to echo what Robbie said. That's an amazing figure in 1/48 scale that comes out of the box, like he said. That's amazing.
Yeah, 1/48. I mean, that's my thumb. That is my thumb. And I don't have big thumbs. But yeah, they are. I mean, that I don't know how old the national kit is, but the Tamiya is just it's just flawless. You know, I had to scrape a few seams away. A couple on the top there, you see, that I scraped away just now. But other than that, I mean, cracky, it's beautiful, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah. So there we go.
I was just looking. You mentioned the figures. You know, I've got that little figure that came with my little deuce and a half. You're right. They're molded really, really. I mean, for the size, they're really nice.
Yeah. I mean, I started with the Zenith highlight, and I haven't put any base coat color on this at all. This is all with washes. But I'm lucky that it's white. Obviously, it's a winter guy.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is to do with the Zenith highlights. If I look at it from above, it's much lighter, and I look at it from underneath, it's much darker. And that gives you a lot of detail straight away just doing that. So there's all white from the top, and then it's all. I can't really show you. It's all dark.
Yeah, it adds that contrast to it, so it can.
Yeah,
make
and that's just a quick. That's right. So that's just a quick spray, and it brings out the details, pretty much for you. So yeah.
JB, you look like a praying mantis over there, ready to jump.
I'm stealing some instructions off of Scale Mates for a camouflage scheme, because to me it gives you two options.
Is that right?
Yeah. So
sounds familiar. Someone else stole some instructions off Scale Mates tonight. Who was that was talking about that? Was that TJ? Yeah. It was TJ. We were pointing at himself. Everybody looks busy as beavers. I think what I'm going to do here, we're approaching the, let's see, what time is it? We're approaching the 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up another coffee break. So, Scott, you had run Nigel's part 1, correct? Go ahead and throw Nigel's part 2 up.
All right. Yeah.
And give everybody a chance to stretch their legs and get something to drink.
Okay, sounds good. All right, here we go.
Okay, so here comes the fun bit, and I'm going to zoom you in for this so you can see a bit better what I'm doing. So you can see I've already done one plank just to check before I put the camera on it's okay. So this has been, with that thinners, it's been about half an hour, maybe 3/4 of an hour. So what we can do now is take a cotton bud, and what we don't want to do is wipe, because if we wipe, we'll end up with all sorts of bits of fluff and everything where we've got our wood grain. What we're going to do is push it and roll it. So as you can see, I've got here, these are the wooden cocktail sticks, kindly got from me by Simon Cousins. These type here are all well and good. As you can see, they're very, very floppy, and they're also very, very fluffy. These are the Johnson's ones. So try and use something a bit tighter like this. And all I'm doing is rolling it over as if I'm rolling down a decal. Obviously, I'm pushing harder. All I'm doing is rolling it over as if I'm pushing down a decal. And you can see, if I roll over very lightly, like so, I end up with a different finish than I have if I roll over. You can see you've got the different finishes, so you can actually get some variation in the color of your planks just by using different finishes. You can rub, okay, and as you can see, it does take most of the ink off, or the paint should I say, not the ink, but you will end up with a fluffy finish. So you don't need to keep, I'll just snap that stick, you don't need to keep turning the stick over, you can just keep using one end. As you can see, you can roll the cotton bud along and get the finish you want. So there you go. And that is how you can make yourself, if you want to do like an old wooden gate for a diorama or a worn out old truck bed. Sometimes the plastic, like on a truck bed or whatever, will have a wood grain molded into it already. It's usually not very accurate, but you can do the same thing as I've done here, and the oil will stay down in the grain. Now, if you're not happy with that, if it's all too dark and everything, then what you can do is come along with a piece of tissue, an old, not tissue paper, but old t-shirt. This is old t-shirt material I've cut up. The trouble is with using tissue paper, again, you get all the bits on it. But you can, if you want to, wipe over with a t-shirt. And as you can see, you can totally change the tone. Now, I've gone too far with that, I think, and it doesn't look so good. If you want it to be a bit yellower, like a newer wood, you can spray over with some clear yellow. If you want it to look a bit sort of varnished and polished, like a classic antique, you can spray over with some clear orange. If you want it matte, you can go over the matte varnish. If you want it glossy, you can go over the glossy one. You can do whatever you want with it. You can mask off single planks and change their tones by using different colours. You can do all sorts. So the sky's the limit. And if you don't like that, after you've rubbed it, if you rub over again with a dirty cotton bud, you can see you can get that blotchy finish back, as you can see on there. You can see if I wipe it, I end up with a nice yellow colour, but if I go over it with the cotton bud, I can end up getting that dirty wooden colour back. You can stain it with some black. You can basically do whatever you want because it's your model. So there you go. That's how I make a piece of plastic card look like wood in a few minutes. Now obviously, if you take a lot more time and a lot more care and don't try and do it in 5 minutes, you can end up with a much better effect than that. But I hope that gives you the idea. And the thing to do now is come along and seal it. Okay, seal it with any acrylic varnish, let it dry, but you need to leave this for really 12 hours before you put anything on there. Any acrylic varnish, like I say, gloss or whatever, you can use your Tamiya X22, you can use your Tamiya LP9, is it, gloss, or LP23 matte. That's what I used, LP23 matte. So there you go. So if you're building a German fighter and you've got some planking inside, or you want to do some Lancaster plywood inside there or whatever, there you are. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you're enjoying your 24-hour build. Now get back to it. I'll see you all soon. Thank you for watching this. Bye-bye.
All right. Had to pull the airbrush mask off. Sorry about that. How's everybody doing? You getting up and stretching and getting drinks? James is very, very diligent about that.
Yes, he is.
All right. Hey, Luke, how's it going? Appreciate you checking in with us. All right. Darren has his drink. So let's
Yes,
see.
I got my Coca-Cola.
Nice.
What's in it?
No, ice. Ice.
Okay.
That's it.
Come on, man.
Swear to God, ice only.
I believe you.
Yeah.
All right. Got some primer started here. Here we go.
All right.
Starting to get a little bit of color. So I'm a black baser, so that's where we start. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. So you'll do that black and then go back in with the whites and highlight the. So I'm just doing, I guess, the opposite. I did everything with gray, light gray,
Yeah.
but then I'll go back with blacks and highlight all the nooks and crannies with black that way. So basically the same thing, just in reverse.
I just do black and then I layer successive colors of. Obviously, mine's going to be olive drab, so I'll leave some of the black and then I'll do a dark olive drab. I'll leave some of that and then I'll do a medium and then I'll do a highlight and then just kind of successively build a little bit more color and a little bit more contrast. So.
Gotcha. Now, do you thin your OD before you put it on? You put it in thin coats, or you just go in there full strength?
No. I think I'm going to try some LP this time. I've been doing lately the AK Real Colors OD, but I'm going to try the LPs this time. My primer is MRP Fine Surface Black Primer. I really, really like it. It's lacquer based. It doesn't add a lot of body, but it sprays really, really smooth. I put a couple of drops of Mr. Leveling Thinner in it just to make sure it lays down nice and smooth. It doesn't need to be thinned, but just as a leveling agent.
Yeah, you mentioned that LP OD. I've got both of them. They're OD and they're OD2. And I got to tell you, just my eye, I can't tell too much. I guess OD2 is a little bit lighter, but not by much. Yeah, I'll probably give that stuff a shot too. I have it with MRP as well, but I haven't shot that one to the LP yet. Be interested to see how it does.
Yeah, I think the olive drab is just a little drabber, a little more brown than the olive drab 2, which I think is a little yellower, a little more green. So
okay.
Yeah.
See, I just don't see colors that way. I see it as kind of pretty big. Oh, that's olive drab. No, it's not. That's olive drab 4. Well, I don't know what the hell the difference is between. It's all olive drab to me.
Rick, I saw those pictures online of that Sturm Tiger, man. That paint looks great, man.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. It's getting there. Started out with a little bit of weathering pencil here on the bottom just to get a start under the hull, which just to give a start. Now going to my oils. Now I'll finish up with the oils here.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm going to mute up for a minute and finish this primer coat. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, man. Let me see here. Let me look at some, see if we got any comments in. Nope. The old brands. go ahead and
Who is ever whistling?
okay, so somebody over there singing the song, and that's making me want to press a little something. So let's see here. Let's roll in here and hear from Metro Hobbies.
Hi guys, Max from Metro Hobbies. For myself and the team in Metro Hobbies, we'd like to thank and congratulate everybody that's taking part in the new, or this year's 48 hour scale model challenge as part of the Models for Heroes charity. We want to encourage you to keep going, keep doing it well. I know 48 hours is not a long time to do a model, but it can be done. We've all done it ourselves at some stage. But other than that, look, just keep going, keep trying, enjoy yourselves. Remember what it's for, that you're helping people who are in need, who work in our first responders period and our troops overseas and things like that. So have fun with it. So as part of what Metro Hobbies is doing, there's an auction going to be on. And these are the kits that we've decided that we're going to donate to be auctioned. So there's lots of goodies here. Spray booth, Kiev, Australian Catalina. So, I know that you may have them already in your stash, or you might want to have them in your stash, but in the end, just go on the auction, have a lot of fun, bid hard, bid well, beat your mates to it or whatever, because in the end, you're donating to a great charity who really look after these people that are involved in the charity. So guys, have a great day, keep going, get your model finished. I know it's going to be tough for some, but have fun with it. Have a great day. See you then.
Was that JB twerking during the getting his TW on? Okay, I just had a slight panic attack when I realized that I thought my clear parts were done, and they're not. I got to paint them yet. So there goes another 2 days in the Musaru Cup build. Huh?
For the Musaru build?
Yeah.
You got 2 hours, bro.
Yeah, I know. Down to the wire.
I don't think you're gonna make
Dave
it.
Knights, Dave
Pitter
Knights
patter.
and TJ and myself are all three going to be sitting in a corner together.
No, you got it. You got it, man. Pitter patter. Let's get after it.
I don't know why they couldn't have made this midnight, Pacific time. See here. We have some Crazy Loco saying his legs get a stretch over time. It bounces in the air ride seat. Honey Badger Motorworks coming in from Hawaii. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Why?
More
Wasn't
the
he in
merrier.
Chicago?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't he in Chicago last night?
Yeah, he's all over the place.
That's Derek, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, life of an airline pilot, they get around.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you guys see the lift he put in his garage in his house?
No.
He's like you, Darren. He's got a lift in his garage now and like a nice little workshop out there.
Wow. I did not see that. Is that on his Facebook page?
He sent me some pictures of it. I don't know if he posted it on Facebook or what, but yeah, he was all saying I got plumbing out to it now, or electrical and stuff like that. And
mm-hmm. All right. Oh, man. Come on, Parafilm. Don't fail me now. Well, what I'd done is, Whitey, is I'd painted the interior green.
Yeah.
And had not realized that it had not painted the exterior silver.
And you pulled the masking off? Or no?
There was no masking on it. So that's what I'm doing now. Might not be a bright man, Jenny. But I know what Parafilm M is.
You use that stuff to mask your canopies?
Yeah.
I'm always afraid I'm gonna cut my canopy.
Yeah.
Sharp knife and light touch.
I'm getting ready to do the same now.
Do what?
I wish I had. I'm going to mask up the canopy for this thing right now myself, and kind of wish I had a masking set for it. Those things are worth the, you know.
Yes, they are.
You know what? I am about the dumbest SOB to walk the face of the planet.
I did have a small mail call today.
Oh my goodness gracious, look at that. Wham! Came with masks.
There you go, kid.
I'm saved by Arma.
That's right, Darren. I remember my first model kit too.
Zing!
Everybody's got the jokes.
Zing!
I had a small mail call today for my March Madness build. I'm gonna do that one for the Claude. That one right there with the blue stripe and the blue wheel pants, the spats.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the one I'm gonna do.
TJ remembers his first model kit. I mean, it was only 6-7 months ago, so hard to forget. Where's my?
Time for a bush latte.
There you go. Let's see.
It's almost
Yes,
bathing
what Derek
season.
says it's a 8.5 hours, Chicago to Hawaii there. So that answers that question. Dan Knopfel coming in and says, I sometimes wonder what my credit card company thinks when he reaches a meal in a different city. Yeah. I've had him shut my stuff off before.
Yeah.
In a hurry.
It's kind of a good thing, too.
Well, it is, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here comes
Just not at the moment.
Robbie coming in. That's right, not at the moment.
Going on deployment and having to tell Navy Federal, hey, I'm going to be out of the country for a couple months. You're going to see my card used at various places.
Then they still shut it down.
Yeah, they would, because I told them that I was going to Bahrain and I would use it to go get like my hair cut and stuff. And sure enough, man, they'd always like pause, like freeze my card if they think of fraudulent activity. And I had to call them up. I'm like, look, I told you, I'm in Bahrain. This is me. I promise you.
I bought, maybe you were down at the Gold Souk and they didn't want you spending too much money.
That's right. God, the old Gold Souk. I haven't been to Bahrain in forever.
I didn't leave
Thank
anything
God.
there. Yeah. I said I didn't leave anything there.
No, neither did I.
Got my wedding ring from Bahrain. The Gold Souk. This one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some deals to be had, weren't there?
Yeah, if you kept going back every day over a week, you'd wore them down.
Robbie, welcome to the stream. How's your build coming?
Pretty good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Pretty good. I got all the painting done. The decals are on. But what was weird to me at decals is I had one explode as soon as it hit the tank. So I basically had to just pull it off with some tape and just keep carrying on. So I'm just putting a flat coat on now, and I'll start hitting it with some weathering.
Ah, she looks beautiful.
A little different from the wing stuff.
So
The
tiny.
interior there. I followed Night Shift's method for painting wood, so it's just old wood from Vallejo and then some buff to highlight it, give it some grain, followed by a quick little pin wash. So keeping it simple is the name of the game for this one.
Looks good. Looks good, man.
Yeah. Really does. Let's see here. Aussie Scale Mahler comes says, evening, you bunch of legends. That's all of you, not me. All right, this mask does not fit that well, but I think I can fix it. Interesting. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, coming up for air. Seems like we're really, really busy. Everybody's painting.
Yeah, everybody's getting after it.
Well, I'm done with 2. Still got 1 more to prime, and then we're good. So. Let me hurry and prime this turret, and then I'm going to let you get loose on that build.
Oh, on the old Moosaroo build, I got working clear parts now. Yeah, got to get the clear parts done. All right, so 2 hours. Is that what we have left? Is 2 hours on this shift? Feels like we just started.
Yeah, about 7 hours ago.
Yeah. Let's see. Currently 36 degrees Celsius here. I bet it is working hard. Yep, that's warm. Australian summers. Let me see if I can't get this on here real quick before I forget how I cut this. Come on, man, really? All right. Let's see here. Yeah, that's warm. It is warm. And everybody's just as busy as beavers here. Just kind of roll around. Scott's over there painting. Rick's diligently into his weathering over there. It's a little OPR, it looks like.
Yep.
JC, how you doing?
Well, everything's drying now. I got the tritonal down, and just gonna let that dry overnight, and I'll be weathering tomorrow. Put it on. The tools are all painted, so I just gotta put them on. So I'm in good shape.
You are in good shape. You can get some. You can get some sleep.
Maybe.
That's good stuff, man.
Maybe.
Good stuff.
I actually started to. I got so ambitious. I started painting the tritonal on my 35th scale Panther. It's like when you discover something, you're like, oh, wait a minute, let me go. I gotta go try this over here.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. D-Ran sent PM in StreamYard. I don't know if I can get PMs over here in StreamYard. Let me. There's a private chat, but that's for the folks on the stream, and I'm actually in here as model officer because we're under the admin login. I wouldn't even know where to look for a PM, unfortunately. And Malcolm, that thing's looking good.
Thank you. It's a real test. So obviously it's getting late now.
Yeah.
It's 3:30 here.
Yeah.
There's a real test of my what's the word?
Patience.
Yeah, patience. Right?
Endurance.
Language skill. No, my ability to not shake. So I'm really holding my hands, really doing this to try and stop the shake. It's not easy. Yeah, it's coming on. As you can see, they've done the lenses, so I just need to put the dots in the top.
Oh, yeah.
I added about 3 or 4 extra shades to his face, and then once I've done a wash on there, I'm going to call it a night. I'll also do his belt.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what. Look at the buckle. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, stupid good.
There's
Well
my
done.
thumb.
Yeah.
Very
Well
nice.
done.
Very, very nice.
Aussie Scale Modeler, you must be in the wrong session. I think we're in session 9, Darren?
Yes. Yeah, we're in the part 9.
Yeah, come on over in here into part 9 and see what you can do.
Man, the later we get, the busier they get. It gets quiet. Look at them.
Is that busy or
Like a
fatigue?
kid's birthday party.
My neck's killing me.
I bet it is. It's that heavy ass thing you got on your head.
Oh, look at that.
I'm down here masking away just on this thing.
You use that handy dandy tape cutting mat that I.
Yeah, I
Didn't
have
get you one of those.
I'll be back if there's space. I got a phone call I need to take.
Okay. All right, Robbie. We'll see you here.
Someone else takes my seat. That's fine.
You talking about that thing?
Yeah. But I thought it had one with the lines.
Oh, it does. I have one like that as well.
Yeah, that thing's worth its weight in gold when it comes to masking canopies.
Yeah, I don't use them often enough.
I mean, it's no frill and fill, but it is.
No, it's not a frill and fill for sure.
$49.95 will get you one.
$49.95.
2 payments of $49.95.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Plus shipping and handling.
There you go. Plus your shipping and handling. But shipping ain't cheap.
It's a bargain.
A bargain.
Why do you love hearing that New England accent? Takes me home.
I can't shake it.
Yeah, I've been in California for 32 years, and every once in a while, people say, "You're not from around here, are you?" I'm like, no.
You live in California for 32 years?
Yep.
Wow.
Evening, gentlemen.
Howdy, how's it going?
Mate, it's Queensland, Australia. It doesn't get any better. We started off at 8 o'clock this morning at
Sorry
30
about that.
degrees.
Wow.
Yep. Hey, I'm a big NASCAR fan, and I managed to secure these a while back, and I'm not sure if I'll survive to build enough cars to film, but if you want to do a quick flash, and I'll get this sent over, like whatever postage you need to sort out. But this is, I think it's pretty rare. I'm not sure if they've got them all over the States, but have a look at this. If you want to display your Carl Edwards Roush Racing NASCAR.
Ooh,
oh, look at that.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, so it's all mirrored back.
Yeah.
And they're not, you can't just come by these.
Carl Edwards.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Man, that thing's going to cost a ton to ship this way.
Yeah, I don't know what it'd cost, but I was just thinking if you did want to do it, you can do it. It's up to you.
I think that would, to be honest with you, I would love to flash it, but I think that's probably something we want to flash a little earlier in the day.
What time is it there, boys?
Let's see, it's 10:30 p.m.
7:30 West Coast.
Sure.
Oh yeah, 7:30 West Coast.
I'm moving along on the ME110. That's where we are at the moment.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, getting there slowly. Even the rudder pedals, I've just managed to finish them. I'm not sure how we're going to go here, but
Is that the Edward kit?
Yeah. And I just dropped it on the carpet. Go me. That'll be part number 4 that I've dropped on it. So I dropped one yesterday. I still haven't found it. So it's great. But yeah, guys, if you want to, if anybody you know needs it or whatever and is happy to pay some shipping, guys, I'm happy to send it over. I know I'm not going to be able to fill it with a car anytime soon. So
no,
mate. If you have a peek behind me there's those all the way. That's a 6-meter wall. So there's kids from there to there, and then all the NASCARs up the top here. Hang on, let's see if we can.
Yeah. I'm starting to get there with the Salvino's kits myself.
Yeah, we've got a few of them up there.
I'm in that dadgum builders club and I get one a month. So,
yeah, I was talking to him the other day. Lovely guy. Challenging kids, but lovely guy, and a lot of that attention to detail he puts in them. So
yeah, they are.
But a good human.
What's that? Was that Rick or Jim? Rick
I think it was Jim I was talking to.
Oh yeah, Jim Rogers. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he'd fit in well in Australia. I like him. Yeah.
Yeah, very talented too.
Oh, yeah, he's got the skill that we'd all desire. But yeah, good man.
Yeah.
And I've received this. You guys know what this one is. I've got the ship to go with it, but all the way from Pearl Harbor, I have.
Oh, look at there.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and I've got the 1-200 sitting behind me, or in front of me there. So,
yeah, we got a crazy local just popped, says that might be a good flash item for tomorrow. I agree. I think what we need to do, we need to get with James and find out how he wants to handle the side flash auctions, because he has all that stuff coordinated.
Yeah.
So let's we'll reach out to him as
hopefully he's feeling better.
Yeah, we'll PM him in the morning and let him know about it, and see how.
What time do you guys finish tomorrow?
We here we have for tomorrow's. Let me look here. I have to look at the still schedule.
Yeah, because this is our last session coming up because it's Sunday here in Australia. So
Yeah, we finish up. Looks like around 9.
Yeah, 8 or 9 tomorrow night. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And I'll be on to watch the major auction you guys are putting up. Because there's some stuff in the USA. I mean, living all the way down here, like you in Europe have so much access to modeling stuff. It's ridiculous. Like we live off the skirts of the universe to try and get modeling stuff. So it's just like, and we wait forever to get it. But I mean, I think the USA is great. That's just for modeling for people. Yeah, I think you guys are legends.
We do have we're fortunate with the model department, but some of the supplies and stuff, that's all Europe. Those guys, the supplies that they get over there, and it's just way better than stuff we get here.
Oh, well, they have to live a lot inside too.
Yeah. Well, I mean by that, I'm just talking like tools and stuff. Tools. Whenever another one's Asia. I used to go back and forth to Korea for work, and the tools. I'd go to the hobby shops just for tools.
And the new stuff that comes out, like you guys will get it before us, but you'll get it 3 months ahead or 6 months ahead of us before it even gets into the country.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't think it was that much of a lag.
It is a huge lag. It's ridiculous. Like we watch your channels obviously throughout the country, and you're the model magazines, and you see this and you see that, and you go, wow, look at that, and you ring up the distributors here, and probably 6 to 9 months we'll sit in the shop. So
that's interesting. You guys are a lot closer to Asia.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like even the new Spitfire coming from the Kiwis, New Zealanders. That takes forever to get over here, and that, as we call it, it's across the ditch over here because there's not much water between us and New Zealand, and that takes forever to get across. So.
Yeah, that is interesting.
And you want to know what inspired me to come on, besides giving that away? I was watching YouTube and the Congress arguments you have over there, and people like, the Democrats and the Republicans, I think, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of us that think wow too.
I thought our parliament was, and I'll use the Australian saying up the shit and a bunch of peanuts, but wow.
Politics.
I've never seen so many offended people in my life. Like the school boards, everybody has a go over there. I'm thinking, that's unbelievable. Like there was one person that was up against the school board and wanted the police to arrest the school board because they didn't wear masks during COVID while they had a meeting online. Yeah, blows me away.
Yeah.
But you guys, legends, I can't wait to get over there. Go to my Daytona Speed Week. Go to Darlington. I don't really want to go to Disneyland, so that's not on the cards. Want to go to Charlotte.
You ought to see what they're doing in North Wilkesboro.
What's happening there?
Yeah, they're completely they're redoing it. Redoing the track. Yeah, it's really nice.
Want to go for a run by Talladega. I want to see Mississippi. I'm not sure what it's like in real life, but I just think that'd be amazing.
When are you heading this way?
Next year, so January. So I'll be arriving before Speed Week,
Yeah.
and then spending some time. I don't need to
Gonna
go to
be-
Las Vegas because I can lose money here just the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be cold.
What's cold? Talk to me in centigrade.
Well, depending on what part of the country you're in. Now you're gonna make me go to the calculator.
Come on.
Let me see here. I can figure it out.
Are we talking snow?
In the northern part of the country, probably not where you're going to be, south. But it'll be down. It can get down into the 20s. Let's see. Hold on, come on. So, average. Let's see here.
Heading to Atlanta as well.
25 is like -3, -4.
What?
Yeah, I mean that's in the winter, so you're gonna be in January in Florida. Let me see what the average temperatures are for Florida. Now there it's gonna be warmer than up here in the Maryland area.
Is Maryland, Kentucky area?
No, further east, a little bit further north. So 6849 it says. 68, so it's 20 Celsius to 9. That's the average.
Did you say 9?
Yeah.
Like single figure 9?
Yeah. 49 degrees Fahrenheit is 9.4 degrees Celsius. So.
Do they have penguins walking the street? Wow, that's wrong. We got down to 18 degrees in winter this year. Yeah.
Let me see. Currently here, it's March, right? So March in here in Maryland, we're sitting at 2.7, 2 degrees 7.
2 degrees.
Yeah. Celsius, 37
Nah,
degrees
that's
Fahrenheit
wrong.
now.
Do I need to send you a care package or?
No, we're good.
Do I need to ring UNICEF or?
I am sitting
Red
here.
Cross?
And then JB, he's sitting up there in Colorado. He must have like 3 foot of snow where he's at.
Wow. That's sad.
No, it's
What
been
about-
nice down here. It was 60 today.
Holy smokes.
That's warmer there than it was here. Because we've been getting
15.
nothing but rain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see it varies across the country depending on
Oh, wow.
where you're at. So,
I'm going to have to catch up with most of you blokes over there. I'll do a road trip or whatever, but intending to go for about 6 weeks. So, because I've got to meet up with some distributors over there for Outlaw Paints and yeah. I've got to brush up on my way of communicating.
Nah, it's all good.
Because we're different over here. I mean, like the way we talk to each other versus, you know,
Yeah.
what
You
what
do
we
well
don't
in New
find
York.
offensive, would offend in other nations. So, yeah. So I've got to brush up on that. I'm not sure I'll be wearing all the suits and ties because that's not. I run around me boxer shorts. I'll meet somebody at my front door. Me boxer shorts here. Literally.
Yeah.
We have guests in our home. I don't put a t-shirt on. It's just the Australian way of doing things. I'm guessing. Like we're sort of sophisticated rednecks.
What part of Australia are you in?
I'm in a place called Gladstone. So if you Google Gladstone, Queensland.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on, up north, midway between Brisbane and Cairns.
Okay.
So But we're at 97% humidity at the moment.
Ooh.
Yeah, see, it's very hard sometimes for us to picture that, saying north, but it's hotter, right? But your north is closer to the
equator,
equator than ours. So. Hey, Scott, I'm gonna pass the con here for just a little bit. I'm gonna fire up my air compressor. I got to shoot some silver paint.
And I'll bail, guys.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go ahead and it's time to do a beneficiary video. So here we go.
See you guys.
Okay, Jason.
Yeah, take care.
We'll talk soon.
Take care,
Bye,
Jason.
brothers.
Thanks.
I'm Simon. I was discharged from the Air Force after 28 years with a bad back and a bad head. My marriage failed. I moved somewhere fairly isolated, and I was really struggling with isolation and loneliness. I heard about models from heroes through Walking with the Wounded, and as someone that used to do loads of model making as a kid, I thought, you know what, it might be a really good way of getting me back into modelling. What I actually found was a huge supportive community, a family of veterans and modelers who are there for each other and use modelling as a medium to support each other rather than the end goal. Models for Heroes is an absolutely amazing organisation. They have absolutely turned my life around. You know, I feel honoured to be part of an organisation like that that's reducing veteran loneliness and isolation and improving mental health.
Scott, can you see me dancing during the break?
I thought we weren't going to talk about that, man. I thought we were supposed to keep that a secret. All right.
He's got moves.
Yes, he does. He's a very talented guy for sure. By
That
the
music
way,
gets me going.
JB, he goes to Korean barbecue and he got fries. You got fries, man.
Dude, they were seasoned waffle fries. They were good. It wasn't Korean barbecue. It was it's called Ho-Ark. It's a Korean food court. So they have like bibimbap, ramen, Korean fried chicken.
Oh my God, I'd be in heaven.
Oh, it's amazing. I think it's got to make the list for when TJ and the folks come out here and visit. So
Awesome. Well,
we got
look,
a little place like that.
Yeah, it did look good. Sorry, Darren.
No, that's fine. I was gonna say we got a little place like that here too, called Woo's Kitchen, and you know, they got the bulgogi bowls and all that stuff. Yeah, good stuff.
I'm going to finish this tritone going.
Yeah, that's looking good, man. It's looking really good. All right, let's move around. Rick, how's your project coming along, man?
It's going fine, except for, as I told you guys, because I'm foolish, I've been replacing all the grab handles and such. I started weathering back here and realized I didn't catch the one that was back there on the hatch. So had to scrape that off, and I'm just in the middle of putting that back on right now, or putting a new one on. But otherwise, started weathering on the roof with the oil paints. Got to start on the weathering pencils on the bottom, lay that foundation, and just plugging away.
Oh, good deal. All right, let's see here. JC, how's your project coming along?
Well, the paint is drying. It's pretty much done. But I started cutting plastic on the 148 Puma.
Oh, okay. One of these heading on to the next one already, modelers. Nice.
Yeah, and the other ones, all I'm going to need to do is put a couple. I got some, some of the change, not the change, but the wire to put on. I think I just got a couple of tools to add, and then give it a matte coat and put a little bit of dust on it. That's about it. That'll be done tomorrow.
Ah, very cool. All right, Malcolm, how's your figure coming along?
Yeah, he's doing okay. The dots and the lenses. Started putting a bit of a wash on the face. Putting a few highlights on. Yeah, he's doing okay.
Very cool.
Yep.
Yeah,
giving him some laces and stuff.
Wow. Awesome. You hanging in there after hanging out with all of us colonials all night?
Oh, I'm cooked. I'm done. I'm just going to finish the eyeballs on this, and then I'm just actually putting my paints away at the moment. So
yeah,
I will be leaving you in a few minutes.
All right. TJ, how's the T90 coming along? Oh wow, look at that! Nice base coated.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
I like that color too. That color is it base coat or? Yeah, is that the Russian green? Yeah, it looks good.
It's Russian gray green.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's accurate. It looks pretty close to the picture.
I would say so. Yeah.
I'm uploading some pictures right now, and then I'm probably going to call it a night.
All right. Mr. Frildo looks like he is in the mask. We'll give him a pass for a minute. See how Whitey's doing. How you doing, Whitey?
Some tedious mask done. Which I kind of enjoy doing this kind of stuff. But yeah, like I said earlier, don't get me wrong, I'll buy the masking set every time if one's available. Which one is available for this kit? But Australia was the closest place, and I didn't think I would get it in 2 days. So I didn't plan it far enough ahead. I kind of decided on Friday that this was going to be my build. So then I thought about it earlier. I would have picked up the set, the masking set, but I'll do it.
Nice. How about you, Robbie?
I'm just coming in here with fine tip brush and doing some highlights. And then I'll start getting into the pin wash, like just on the bolts and stuff. Just to, I find because I don't do armor, I find I can be a little more artistic with this and not stay within my lanes like I normally would with aircraft. So if there's armor guys out there watching this and they're kind of shuddering, I'm sorry, but it's the best time to try this stuff too. Have fun with it. So if anyone wants to submit complaints, they can email those to complaints@ScaleCanadian.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
One of the things we were talking about earlier on in the UK stream was the difference between wargaming techniques with painting and with scale models. So, for instance, in the wargamers, they don't bother with glass in their vehicles. They just paint the glass on. They paint reflections on. But scale modelers seem to be, very concerned about the letting the light do the thing. Wargamers, obviously, they edge highlight a lot of things and really push the contrast. Scale modelers don't tend to.
It's definitely what I'm doing here.
Yeah, and I think that's great because that's something I do as well. Because I paint, Warhammer, and I paint, these guys, and then I paint these guys. And then the techniques are basically the same. Yeah. Yeah. It's good to have those feathers in your hat.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Frildo. It's like you've emerged from the mask.
Yeah, I just got done shooting the MRP RAL 7 or it's MRP 034 RAL 702. It says German World War II AFVs, but I think it's a little too. I mean, I don't know. Probably can't really.
It's funny you say that because Bruce, the model noob that was in here earlier, he has a video all on German grays from all the different manufacturers. He's comparing it to I think it's a medic case he has from the German Army from World War II.
Yeah.
And that one there out of the bottle is the closest match. It's like almost a bang on replica.
Really, the MRP one?
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it's almost black, right? But it's going to dry a little bit lighter.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Tamiya XF63, which is what the instructions call, and it looks to be a little lighter than what that is.
Yeah,
MRP is not blue enough.
Yeah, this has got I figured you armor guys would know.
Yeah, again, it just comes down to people's interpretation, what they want to do.
Well, I can't get laughed at.
Frillo, just make sure you add some blue to it.
All right.
Seriously.
But no,
Yeah, that's
so
not. I'm not joking.
I'm still gonna laugh at you.
It should be done tonight. Well, painted wise, and I'll weather it tomorrow. That's the plan.
All right. Looks like we're kind of at the top of the hour. Let's have a short break, and we'll come back on the other side.
Before you do, Scott.
Sorry?
Before you do, I was just going to say good night.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for hanging with us, Malcolm. Appreciate it.
It's okay. It's okay.
See you, Malcolm.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Keep up the
Good
good
night.
work. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Another product I really like is this Vallejo plastic putty.
That's the stuff that's like water soluble, right?
Yeah, because I just see a spot where I needed to fill it, and I've already got paint down, and all I got to do is just go in with this. I put it on and wipe it off, and then let it dry, and then paint. You can't even tell.
Nice. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Well done to everyone involved. Keep it up.
Hi, Modelers for Heroes. Your 48-hour birthday bash. It's Al Murray here at my chaotic bench. I'm making a dragon sexton, but in 1/35th. I'm sorry. But all the best with it. You're doing amazing stuff, helping people with this charming hobby that I have returned to in recent years. Good luck with it. Cheerio.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Couple house cleaning items, reminders. Scrolling across the bottom of the stream, you'll see a link. That's where you can make a donation. It's why we're all here. It's what we're doing this for. So please take a moment at some point during the weekend and make a donation to Malcolm's organization, Models for Heroes. They do great work, and really appreciate that. Also, remember, tomorrow in all of the different time zones will be when the main auctions will hit. That's going to be a lot of fun. We got incredible sponsors here in the U.S., but also in Australia and the UK. They're going to have amazing auctions as well. Lots of paints, kits, books, finishing materials, anything you can think of. So there's going to be some great auctions. Make sure to get in and bid on those. Not only will you get some great hobby supplies for your bench, but obviously you'll be doing a lot of good at the same time, and that's terrific. Want to welcome Grant Mayberry back. How you doing, Grant?
Good, guys. Good to be back.
Good to have you back. Yeah. Looks like we still have...
Go ahead.
Looks like we still have 35 or 40 people. If you're watching on whether on Facebook or YouTube, please give us a like, and appreciate that very, very much. And feel free to drop in the chat and ask questions of the guys or whatever you'd like. So, Darren, how's it going over there on that project? You making some good progress? Well, he was till I bugged him.
Yeah, I'm down to the wire. I'm putting the parts on now and heading over to the photo booth here in just a second. So
there you go.
Get my stuff done, but I'm going to barely make it, I think.
Okay.
JB,
right.
Did you get your pictures in yet? Because we only got an hour. He's not listening.
Nah, he's in.
He's probably doing the same thing.
No, he's doing something else. I know that I've seen him doing a lot of work on that, and he said he hadn't taken his pictures yet either. So, yeah.
I can't believe it took you down to this point.
Well, it is what it is.
It's unsaturated.
Yeah, I know. Some of us have real jobs, Whitey.
Oh, shots fired!
Yikes!
That's not my fault.
We rib each other about that all the time.
Little geek on geek violence, man.
He knows I'm kidding. He knows I'm kidding.
Another hour, and this is the after hours show.
Yeah.
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 All right, so Rick is still detailing his Sturm Tiger. How's that going, Rick?
It's going fine. Got that handle replaced. Went to the bathroom. Feeling much better now. So, I don't know. Here we go. Take a look. So, top, first round done. Now I'm starting to work back here. Wow.
Nice.
The wrong way. There you go. Still hard to see. It's very hard to see on these cameras for sure.
Yeah. How are you liking the kit? Lots of fun?
This one? Yeah. It's a beauty. Yeah, it's a beauty.
Nice.
I got to climb inside one of these things this last summer, so that's kind of a nostalgic thing too.
Oh,
it's
wow.
kind of fun.
Yeah. How many of those are left? Just 2 or 3, or I would imagine, or?
I'm the wrong guy to ask about that kind of technical stuff.
Yeah.
This one was in Munster, so it was. We were able to get in and climb around on 5 vehicles that day, and this was the last one of the bunch. After about half a day, 4 hours of doing that, so I have the least amount of pictures of this one because we were just kind of tired and ready to go, and it was the end of the day sort of thing. And now I'm going like, God, I wish I would have gotten into that thing a little bit more, taken some more pictures, but coming from the other vehicles, the Panzer IV, even the Jag Panther, get inside this one. This is like RV city. It's like you could just flake out everywhere. There's so much room inside of this thing, relatively speaking.
Darth Benani probably knows. John, do you know how many of those are left?
I think 3: Kabinka, Munster, and Shinsheim, I think, has one.
Sounds right.
That's it.
Get those pictures over on the Mooseroo.
I'll be doing that very soon. I'm trying to finish up the brown camo here, and then I'll head over to the booth. It's probably loud on my end because I have a compressor and the spray booth, but yeah, this is getting its tritonal right now.
Gorgeous. Man, I really feel like if you keep that up, you're going to be really good at that one of these days.
Try and practice makes perfect, right? I'm no Grant Mayberry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I've seen that photo Jensen put up of the before and after from like 3 years or whatever it was, hanging out with Grant and his figure skills. So I'm trying to avoid taking a fiddle and a plane ticket to Georgia.
Grant, let's see
Hopefully
what
that
you're
rubs
doing
off
there.
across the stream.
Yeah, let's see what you're doing there while Robbie's talking about it.
Oh, I'm actually waiting for the last of the matte coat to dry on my T-3485, which is done. I'm calling this one done.
Nice.
So took some pictures, posted it on, and then as I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm working on a figure because, why waste time?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Robbie, how's your M20 coming along?
Pretty good. I'm dialing up that contrast now, so just hitting all the high spots. It'll look good once that pin wash is on there, I think.
Nice. TJ, you just letting that base coat dry over there?
Do you know me?
Or you got the hair dryer out?
That's lacquers, man. This shit dries fast. Now thinking about what color filter I want to put on it just to make it a little greener.
Nice. You want it cooler or warmer?
It doesn't matter. It's going to be dirty, but just need it a little richer.
Yeah.
So that's it.
No, that'll be good. It'll be good. Frildo's back under the mask again. You get those canopies masked off, Whitey? You still working on it?
Still working it. Got about half of it left to do. It takes me, another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrew says he listens to We Have Ways of Making You Talk with Al Murray that was just on here and in between Triple P podcast. Thank you. Yeah, that's a great podcast. I don't catch it nearly enough. They're very prolific, but I always really enjoy it. They do a great job. All right, so everybody think they're going to make it by tomorrow?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
What is it Frill says, as long as the creek doesn't rise?
Yeah. As long as there's tracks on it, it's done, right?
Yep.
Hey, Rick, this Puma is not a bad little kit, but it's definitely Italy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the detail is not really this. The detail is not Tamiya at all. I was looking at this closely. What Tamiya did to add to this is they put in some rucksacks and some barrels and jerry cans.
Huh.
So it's all Italy. It's not. I mean, it's not bad.
That's what Mini Art did there for a little while too with their figures, their special editions. It was just crisper molding of weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Still the same figures. But they do have some resin head ones that are really nice.
Still going strong. Today's a long day.
Oh yeah. I think this is the longest I've ever modeled continuously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
If you ever want to know what it feels like to be me,
How's
this
the
is
end?
exactly what it's like every day.
Yeah. I could think of worse things to do.
It's still a job.
It's still a job. I know.
It's still a job.
And many times you don't get to call what it is you're building either. So
yeah,
there's that too.
There is that, but quite honestly, I've been pretty fortunate. I can more or less dictate within reason, what I want to do. There'll be choices.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And then you learn tricks like this because I'm a Portland Timbers fan. I have season tickets and they're playing just about 2 miles that way from me, but I'm not there. So I have them on the stream over here. So I'm listening to them and watching them at the same time I'm watching you guys. So no offense.
Multitasking.
St. Johnson finally went to bed at a decent hour his time?
I think he's probably still sleeping.
Okay. Well, gents, I'm going to call it a night.
All right, JC. Well, thanks for hopping on with us today.
Hey, it was my pleasure. It was really fun.
Awesome.
Take care, JC's. Nice seeing you.
Same here. Take care. We'll
Nice
see
to
you guys
meet you.
tomorrow, maybe.
See you tomorrow,
Same
man.
here.
Send your name in a few forms.
All righty, man. Take care.
Quite the captivating conversations we're having here now.
I was starting to feel like I was talking too much, so I just stopped saying anything.
Are we all tired or just focused or both?
It's both for me.
I'm just focused. I ain't really tired.
And Grant, you've been talking about Tamiya's figures. This little 48 scale figure that came with this thing is pretty incredible.
Are you going to do the figure, Scott?
You know, I don't normally do them, but I might do this one. It's that good. It's got a really natural pose, and it's a nice sculpt, especially for the size.
Oh, see, Greg is taunting me here from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay, Greg, game on. We'll see what happens.
Oh, dear. Sorry to hear that, Joe. Oh, boy.
Well,
Isopropyl alcohol.
Well, the Timbers just got scored on right before half. So now it's back to even. Let's talk about modeling for a change. I swear.
What's everybody's dream kit? Something they'd like to have that has been published or not? If money wasn't an issue.
I'll just speak for myself. I don't have one. I think Scott asked me that question at one point in time. I just build what people give me and tell me what to do. So I mean, in terms of work.
Well, 48P3 is what I'd like. But.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool.
In the meantime,
I'd even settle for one in 72nd.
I'd settle for a new tooled 72 scale one as well.
Yeah.
Actually, I take it back. I don't know exactly what I want, but I'm really into construction equipment, especially things that I grew up around. So like logging trucks and shovels and things like that from, the logging industry in my area. So that kind of stuff I think really intrigues me.
That's pretty
cool. More construction equipment, that would be cool.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I think some, if I could get an Indian Scout and a Harley Davidson 1/16 scale kits, the motorcycles, I think that would be really, really great.
It would be. I'm sure there'd be sellers too.
Yeah, I would think so. I think people would really like them. Andrew Callis says, yeah, his dream kit is that new B-26 Marauder. I think they're going to sell a lot of those kits.
Definitely, yeah.
Whitey, as an aircraft, I don't have too many subjects I'm really into, but man, I'm hoping ICM will keep going on their 1/32 scale Italian fighters and do a CR-32, that little biplane between the two wars. I really like that one a lot.
Yeah.
They do the 42 already, but that 32 has a lot more interesting nose, I think, on it.
The Italian World War II stuff just doesn't do anything for me, man. I don't know. I mean, it's just, boy, they make nice looking cars, but their airplanes are just.
Yeah, I like them.
Those guys go to a different school.
Yeah, just because they're unusual, I guess it's nice to.
My
see
dad
something
loved
different.
that he was a Axis modeler. Well, Japanese and Italian stuff he built.
Yeah,
and he had all those. Nobody really made decent kits of Italian stuff up until probably about the late 90s, maybe. I mean,
yeah.
At least in 48 scale, anyhow.
Well, I just picked up the new ICM 1/32 scale Yak 9K, and that's a pretty nice model.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they do a good job. I built one of their Polycarpov I-16s a few years ago. I really enjoyed that build. It was not without its challenges, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. TJ, what's one of your dream kits? You got something you wish somebody would release?
Oh, what did I say the other day? Oh, a Liberty tank.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be really cool.
I don't know why TACOM hasn't made that yet. They're out there. I mean, they can be measured, so it's not even like they have to guess on a lot of stuff.
I'll second TJ.
What about you, Darren?
A finished 1/72 scale P-51. No, I'd like to see a decent Hornet, Legacy Hornet on the street.
Yeah, something where that
Straight up
fuselage isn't all buggered up.
Yeah. The nose.
You're not fighting the nose.
A decent Hornet would be nice. That's me. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Won't see it, I'm sure. Well, fingers crossed. Maybe.
What about you, Thrill? Oh, sorry, Darren.
No, I was just saying it's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I like to see an E1 Tracer. like Connect, they released their S2A, S2F/G, but they like stopped. They didn't release anything else after that. And so I think that's a kit that is lacking in plastic form. So,
Cool.
and a 48 scale P3.
Yeah, like Whitey. Yeah. Grant, what would you like?
M29 Weasel.
Yeah.
135th
There you
scale.
go. There you go. What would you look forward to, Josh?
I would look forward to like actually having a repop of some of those old Revell Clone Wars kits that we got back when early 2000s. Like some of the I would really go for a good like Republic gunship, from Attack of the Clones to like Revenge of the Sith. I think that would be really cool. Maybe have it at like 172 or fairly a little bit larger.
There you go. Yeah. How's the photo studio, Darren?
It's going. I'm just trying to get all these little flecks off my background.
No photoshopping now.
Oh, yeah. I'm not touching that.
Hold on.
I'm not touching
Oh,
that.
man, busted.
We're live.
Not touching that.
We are live.
Not touching that.
I feel like that's
I'm trying
So
to
the
crop,
other-
though. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say the other Zoom call is going strong still. Me and the other boys have been. Yeah, I got Eric Brubaker and Jeremy Elliott going strong. Still cracking away at our builds along with you guys.
Yeah,
New tool KI-84 from Griffia.
All right. It looks like we're half past, so let's cue up a video. Here we go.
I'm with you.
Hi, I'm Steph. I'm a volunteer for Models for Heroes. I wasn't always a volunteer. I started off as a beneficiary. And I have to say that Models for Heroes, as well as my partner, have saved my life. Modelling has saved my life. If it wasn't for things like this and what Models for Heroes do and the opportunity to become a volunteer and the doors that's opened for me to help other people, I wouldn't be here. I'd be swinging somewhere. So please give generously. If you can't give any money, please give us a couple of models out of your stash. That's all we're asking for. That would be brilliant. Thank you for your help.
All right. Welcome back. Let's see, 11:35 Eastern time. Kind of coming down into the home stretch for the East Coast gentlemen. And out on the West Coast, we still have 2.5 hours. So more model building.
Woohoo!
We got Darren and JB getting photo submissions in.
Yeah, I've got to take another one. Man,
like waiting to
always something.
Yeah, Darren's photoshopping his.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at stuff, JB. Get off my ass.
Cutting them out of a magazine.
Play to win, cheat if you must.
No.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
I'm sure other competitors are listening in right now.
Hey, we got to
No,
redeem
listen.
ourselves from me, like dropping the ball last year.
Let them listen. I'm not doing anything wrong, damn it. Except running out of time.
Yeah, and I seem to have misplaced my top canopy after I took it off.
Oh,
jeez.
They're also
Did you do the Malcolm hood there, JB?
I'm an armor modeler. I don't know what that means.
The bubble one. The bubbled one.
The bubble one.
Like on Spitfire.
Yes, that one.
He says, "What's a Spitfire?"
Hey, now, hang on. So, Darren, would you build another one of these?
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice kit.
Just don't be under a time constraint, I guess.
Well, next time I'll build it because I want to build it. That's the kick in my nuts, is I just get burnt out. Building.
Yeah, it's hard to stay motivated if you don't have that buy-in.
Yeah.
Hey, try getting a Gundam dropped off on your doorstep.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Who would
I'm sure
ever
Josh
do
would have
that?
built that for you.
I know someone didn't even finish his. Where'd he go?
You're too late, man.
He bailed out, huh?
Yeah, it's his bedtime.
Yep, someone didn't even finish.
How's Nemo doing these days? Haven't seen or heard a lot from him lately.
He's doing all right. He's down in Jack's on deck, like working weird hours and stuff.
Yeah.
So is he still in the Navy, or is he flying as a civilian?
Nah, we're all retired. And so he's a contractor for a contracting company around here, supporting the Triton. I just support the 53K.
Oh, nice.
No, you don't.
Those are all new build, aren't they?
Yeah, yep, brand new.
Nice. That is a wicked helicopter.
It's pretty cool, that's for sure. They showed it. They had it lift an F-35 a couple like last month or 2 months ago. They had it lift an F-35B, fly it around. So that was kind of cool.
Wasn't the one that crashed there in Texas, was it?
Nah, it was here in Pax River where they did it.
All right. 20 minutes to rename some photos, and we are done.
Famous last words to your computer crashes.
Oh, jeez.
And power goes out.
I had to take more.
You never have too many.
Yeah. Well, I guess.
This was an enjoyable time.
Oh, that Star Wars thing's pretty cool. I can see that scene in Star Wars when they were walking out on those things when they remastered them.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I like when South Park made fun of all that. The George Lucas remastering the movies.
Yeah, I figured I'd challenge myself with this particular build. I haven't really done anything that's like alien or like organic with scales. So
Well, I couldn't paint a damn dinosaur.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. You said that, Frill. John Everett got me this really, really nice casting of Triceratops.
We got a guy up here local, Vince Mankowski. That guy can paint some dinosaurs. It was funny. I've judged this category at MarauderCon last year.
Yeah.
I couldn't like the name of the damn thing was like 6 miles long. And so I was going to lick a lotopus to see if they would announce that because he I think he placed, and that way he would hey, Vince Mankowski with the lick a lotopus.
Epic.
So
I guess nobody can be on him for wrong colors and shit.
What's that?
Like, oh yeah, the Triceratops was green, not gray. Oh.
How do they know? It's all speculation. Those damn things could have been pink for all we know.
Maybe they were.
Because there isn't a person alive that was around when the dinosaurs were there.
And if there was, they're already dead.
Except for that one guy that's judging.
Oh yeah, dinosaurs don't get that dirty. Oh.
I saw one of these last week. Damn thing tried to step on me.
It's just Adam Driver.
Lined up right.
It's just Adam Driver from that new future movie with the dinosaurs comes in and starts judging. I was attacked by one of these things. They don't look like that.
Yeah, Kylo Ren.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the massive shoulders for trying to carry the sequel series.
Mm-hmm. He was like the only good character in that series.
We're not going to talk about it. I can see why this would take night shift 90 hours on a 135 tank and shipping with a brush.
Yeah, I saw that. The man that loves his craft.
Yeah.
I'm happier with this now.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, hold on, Frill. I'll get you up on the screen. Let's see. Right.
All right, who did it?
Yeah, so I kind of went back and hit it with some thinned XF63 from Tamiya. So it's bluer than what it was before. So
nice.
TJ can sleep tonight.
Nice job.
Thanks. So hopefully get it done painted tonight, and then tomorrow I can weather it.
Someone's got the 5-0 rolling by.
Yeah, Grant, those pictures you posted of the T-34, those look pretty sharp.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. How's that M8 going?
It's very very smooth and very, very black. So we'll be getting up early in the morning and layering on some colors, and good thing LP paints dry really fast.
All right, Scott, you'll be happy to know my Mooseru Cup photos are being transferred right now via WeTransfer.
Nice.
Because the files are massive. Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not judging that.
So I had to use WeTransfer.
You couldn't send them email?
I just took them. I didn't edit mine, so I just took the straight JPEG off my camera. And
Oh, don't be like that. I didn't edit mine either. I had to crop them, you rat bastard.
I didn't even care. You see the barcode and my hand in one of the photos. So
Did you really? No.
Yeah, I mean, I just took a white background. I made sure I cleaned everything, but I sent WeTransfer because I think Gmail puts a cap of like 25 megs. So I just sent them the raw JPEG from my camera.
Oh. That's fancy.
No, it's I didn't do anything to them, so they're not fancy. I usually like to clean up the background and even sharpen the image, but with this, I just shot them over.
So you guys have any hints about what you're doing next year for that? Or do you find out?
I'm sure David Knights will lobby for something and not complete it. So.
Oh man! It's gonna be a dinosaur.
Shots fired. Shots fired. You're all getting dinosaurs. That'd be funny.
Somebody better get some salve to put on that burn.
Darren, I think I didn't see the finished photos, but your progress shots, I really liked it. Was that okay?
It's a turd.
Hey, you don't gotta try to kiss his ass, JB. Come on.
It's a turd. I'm not lying. It's a turd. It's got no dog in the hunt. I promise you.
I don't know about that.
I completely slowed up that build. I got uninterested.
Well, thanks, Andrew.
Just lost my mojo on it, man.
When did you start it?
Oh God, I started a long time ago. I couldn't even tell you when it was. It's been a hot minute.
Where did you get them at Nats last year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a beautiful kit. I'll buy more of them, and I'd love to do an OD one because they are really good looking kits.
I love an OD Mustang. They don't look right because everybody's used to the silver ones, but yeah.
I tell you, if you're building a Mustang, I would highly recommend this book.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Oh. Let me clean some stuff up, and I can start pre-shading.
Woohoo!
Darren, what black background do you use?
It's just a black piece of felt black backdrop that came with the little photo booth.
Nice.
I need to. I've been meaning to go on the old Amazon and find a new one. Something that doesn't catch stuff as easily, you know.
Yeah, I use a piece of. I don't know what this is. It's like it's not. It's like almost a real.
Yeah. Crazy. Logan D-Ran did finish. That's
crazy. Yes, he did, and I'm calling myself crazy right now. It's done.
So is that Andrew doing it next year?
I'm sorry?
Is Frildo doing it next year?
No, I did it last year.
He did it last year.
I'm going to volunteer Sam off.
Oh man. Another burn by a Dan novel.
What is that?
Oh, geez. Oh, man. It's late night. It's getting brutal in here, man.
That's
Woo! No shot of modeling fluid's going to help with that burn.
Oh, I'm sure he's got something.
Ooh, baby. Yeah, crazy. He did. Him and JB are getting their pictures right now, and they'll be in under the deadline. So,
yeah, mine was submitted with 13 minutes to spare.
Yeah, mine was submitted with about 10.
Come on, D-Ran. Don't let us down.
There you go.
It's all over but the crying now. We'll be crying because, yeah.
A lot of good entries.
What's up, Darren?
Huh?
Don't you screw this up for us.
Too late, buddy. Too late. Man, I gotta tell you, this little bed of this little truck, man, they got ejector pin marks all over it. They're everywhere.
Let's put a tarp in it.
That's what stowage is for.
That's what mud's for when you're an armor modeler.
Yeah, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this one just yet.
You guys watch that special on MH370 on Netflix yet?
No.
Is it good?
It's all right. They're exploring like 3 theories, and they don't think like the captain. The main one's he didn't go crazy. He didn't like destroy it, kill everybody and all that. He was a good person. I was like, yeah, they said the same thing about Hitler too, I'm sure. But
God damn.
Well, it'll be the
Frildo. You believe in benefit of the doubt there, Frildo? Man.
So, was there any actual new information in that series, or is it just like all speculation still?
No, they're going over like the MRSAT data, how they use that because when old boy shut off the transponder, the engines were still pinging because I guess Rolls-Royce checks that stuff every so often. They Rolls-Royce gets pinged information from the engines. I guess they monitor them, and so they were able to track it. And then I remember last year seeing a thing where a ham radio operator, I guess, when a metal object goes through their radio waves, it screws it up, and he was figuring stuff out that he tracked MH370 and the new search area, which I thought they were going to go check out this year. Is it's about 400 miles south of where they were looking the first time in the southern Indian Ocean. And so they're supposed to go back and look again. But there's a lot of cool.
Don't those flight recorders like record over themselves though after like half an hour?
Not the flight recorders.
Okay.
They probably after, I don't know how much data is stored on one, or is it after every flight they get like downloaded electronically or something, and then I don't know. It's a good question, though.
So are they still kind of leaning towards the pilots did that, or do they think it got shot down, or?
No. Oh man, one of the things they were saying was that check the theory out. They were saying that China was after some stealth technology, and they loaded it up on their and they loaded it up on there. And the USA, mind you, not NATO, they said the USA had 2 AWACS airplanes and flying around it, and they jammed it, and then the AWACS guy told him to go land somewhere else, and the pilot refused. And then they were heading. They're thinking that lands in like Kazakhstan somewhere.
Totally reasonable.
Could happen.
Yeah, I've read a few investigation mishap reports, and it's usually the simplest explanation.
Yeah, so they said the AWACS airplanes had to turn away because they were getting close to Chinese airspace, and I was like, really, dude? But hey, they're all theories at this point, right?
Yeah. I still think they opted for the self-checkout line.
Yeah. Well, they're saying too that wreckage that was found. You know how they came out and they said, "Oh, it's off of MH370." Well, now they're saying, not really, because on the flaperon they found, there should be a plate on the inboard side that like manufacturers like date that was manufactured and any like airframe changes done to it, they stamp it on there, and it was removed. And they said the only time that gets removed is when an aircraft is being scrapped. So one of their theories was that Russia got a hold of it and just dropped wreckage out there for people to find.
Jeez.
Yeah. But it was entertaining. There's a lot of P3 action in it, so that was cool.
Some of those documentaries, like, do you guys watch the one about the kid who wanted his Harrier jet from Pepsi?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
I remember that from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Well,
and then
he should have taken the money.
Yeah, Pepsi really got away with one there, man.
Yeah, they did.
They said they kind of made it so that this judge that was real friendly to him.
Yep.
Not the case, and they said that wouldn't happen now, I guess. But anyway, he got kind of hosed on that deal. I watched another one about these people that went to New Zealand and they had a live volcano they would take tours over.
Oh yeah.
And they went over there, and while they were there, this thing went off, and it didn't erupt any lava, just steam and hot gas and stuff. But a bunch of people died and got hurt, and so now they're all trying to sue the tour operators, saying they should have known this thing was going to erupt.
Dude, like, even with the plow company I work for, like fixing all the trucks, we get like calls to our hotline, people asking if we can do anything about the wind because the snow's blowing on the highway. Like, you guys do something about the wind, and I'm just like, I understand why so many of our plows get rear-ended now. Like, people are dumb.
You know, one guy was on there and he was like, yeah, if I knew what I knew now, I never would have taken that tour over to the island. And it's like, well, obviously.
Well, the people that took that Malaysian Airlines flight, if they knew what they knew now, they never would have got on that.
Exactly.
Oh, come on.
I don't think you'd find many people that would still go for it.
But yeah, they even tried to say that the FBI had information the entire time and didn't disclose it. All this kind of stuff, and which
I believe that.
The FBI, I mean, you can't really. Yeah, there's probably truth to that. They're not the easiest, or the best when it comes to transparency.
Man, Dirks is never going to talk to you again.
Well, hey, he doesn't work for the FBI anymore.
He's an alum. Once,
He retired?
always.
Yeah, he retired. The X-Files division was closed up, so he had to go.
All right.
No, that was.
It
fun.
looks like they want us to kind of turn off. So thanks for joining us tonight, and appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and sign off. We'll be back tomorrow for everybody in the U.S. time zones. In the meantime, please join us tomorrow. Donate if you haven't already, and we'll see you later.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Have your pets spayed or neutered.
Darker than mine was.
All right, guys. Well, I guess we may not be done. Hold, please.
Hold, please.
Those of you that are left, hold, please. Oh, man. The command center is a little confused at the moment, apparently.
All
the
right.
worldwide headquarters. So we'll see. That's okay. We've got it. Please feel okay. Never mind. All right. So we really are out. Everybody have a great night, and you can join the other streams. I think the Aussies are next up. So have a great night.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody, for joining us.